Enter the meeting number followed by pound.
Good morning, everybody in the room, everybody online. My name is Reinhard Bütikofer. I'm going to be your host today for this conference, and I want to welcome all of you. As far as I have seen the participation lists, we have participants from well over 15 countries, not just from around Europe. And we have two stellar panels, and I want to welcome them in particular, since some of them have traveled from afar, and I want to highlight in particular Ambassador Kimani, who has been so kind to join us. I also want to welcome the ambassadors that are participating here, people from the European Parliament, the External Action Service and the Commission, member states representatives, business, academia, and media. The housekeeping remarks are going to be very short, just 3. This conference is transmitted online. Second, there are snacks and drinks out there. And third, if you need to go to the restroom, it's down the hall and then on your right. So let me just say a very few words of introduction before our first panel takes over. We've given this conference the title, The New Normal of European Security. Well, if we look at the heavy series of overlapping developments recently, it's hard to talk of a new normal. The pandemic, the Russian war of aggression against Ukraine, the devastating effects of climate change that we've never seen more clearly than this summer, the undermining of the international order as we knew it, the record levels of migration that we all too often prefer to ignore, all of that and much more is, even though we might find it relieving that academia has found a title to group all these developments, calling it the pulley crisis, the hoi polloi will not feel this is normalcy at all. They will feel uneasy. And our public gives clear signals that they feel uneasy with these developments. And you might even ask whether there could be a new normalcy. And if there should, can we contribute to injecting some positive contributions to create a new normalcy? What can be an adequate concept of European security under these framework conditions? How can we not only conceptualize, but also build practical and at least relatively safe roads toward an unknown, but certainly not very reassuring future? I think it's a real challenge to realize that we're not in a state of play where we can execute and administer a future that flows quasi-naturally from our present or our past, but we have to invent a new future and build it, certainly not from scratch, but with new ideas. And then, of course, with whom are we going to do it? Most of you may have heard the quip from one of the founders of the European Union, who once said there are just 2 kinds of countries around Europe, small countries and countries that do not yet know they're small, I think we're in a situation where our continent is beginning to realize that we're kind of small. And what does that imply? And certainly, we're too small to just shape a future for ourselves. So we have to look at partners and also take into account that they want to shape their own future, and how can we collaborate with them to shape a common future. These are the topics that our panelists and our keynote speaker will address, and I'm very grateful to all of you that you're joining this conversation. I want to thank my colleagues, Alvina Alameta from Finland and Ernest Urtasun from Spain, for co-organizing this conference. I want to thank the Renew Europe group because we're occupying their group room today. Well, there's a relatively good level of cooperation between political groups and the European Parliament, I would say, most of the time. And of course, I want to thank my team, Katrin, Isabel, Anja, Matthias, and Simon, for organizing all this. Now, the introduction is over and the real thing begins. And I would invite our first moderator, Dana Heide, and her panel to come up to the stage. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the introductory remarks. My name is Dana Heide. I work for Handelsblatt, Germany's biggest business daily. I'm based in Berlin. So I flew in from Berlin, but I don't think I had the furthest way. But I'm very pleased to discuss this very important topic here with the panelists. I think we have a great group of people to discuss this with. Because it is a very diverse topic, European security is no longer one-dimensional, but it has several dimensions. So I'm very happy to discuss this topic with Leonore Gewessler from Austria. She's the Minister for Climate Action, Environment, Energy, Mobility, Innovation, and Technology. So a big portfolio, and a member of the Greens. Very, very happy to have you. Next to her is Guntram Wolf. He's the CEO of the German Council on Foreign Relations, or GGAP. Until 2022, he was long-term director of Bruegel, which a lot of people will probably know here as well. And he's an expert on EU political economy and geoeconomics. Very, very welcome. We also have Catherine Kluwer-Ashbrook. She's the executive vice president at Bertelsmann Foundation and an expert on EU-US relations and technology. And last but not least, Sven Biskup. He's the director of the Europe in the World program at Egmont Royal Institute for International Relations, and he's an expert on EU foreign security policy, foreign and security policy, and European defense. So. I would like to start with a brief. I want to hear your brief thoughts about this topic. So maybe you can start.
Ladies and gentlemen, after Reinhard's introduction and now after just explain the world to me introduction by our moderator, I feel even more humbled to be in this panel today and to deliver the first thoughts on the really wide range of topics that also Reinhard put on the table for this morning. And I really want to thank you for organizing this debate today, because it comes obviously at a crucial moment in time and it approaches one of the most crucial topics of our time. And obviously, and it's been discussed a lot of times, and there's people on the panel much more prone to discuss the military security dimension of this issue. But obviously, we live in well, the much stressed term of Zeitenwende can only be repeated here, but since the end of the Cold War, especially in the EU, we got used to an idea of a definition of our security architecture by cooperation ahead of confrontation. We got used that trade and expansion of trade would deliver a kind of stable and secure network, and to expect peace by peaceful means in a world based on the rule of international law. And with the start of the Russian war of aggression in Ukraine, obviously these foundations were shook of this approach to European security, and some of the pillars that were cracked might even have collapsed, up for debate. But maybe to some point even partly the opposite is true of the presumptions that we had up until now, because security and our ability to act on our security concerns is probably more than ever today linked with the question of dependence and independence, also in economic terms. And you hear that from a minister of a country who's learned the very hard way last year that being dependent on gas imports from an aggressor state is quite a security threat. And obviously, apart from this aspect, you have a whole new set of threats. The climate crisis is probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest, challenge of our century. And the climate crisis is obviously not only an environmental challenge, but also a multidimensional threat to our security, to water security, to food security, to social security, to economic security, to the stability of whole regions, countries, and governments, if we think of regions of the world being uninhabitable. And hence, obviously, we need to rethink both our concept of how we approach security, but also on how we act on it, because obviously a Zeitenwende can not only be discussed, but we actually need to deliver new answers to that. And obviously, military security is only one aspect of it. But even a country like Austria in the last years, after decades of underfunding our own defense capabilities, has invested heavily in our military defense. But rethinking European security obviously means addressing all of these security concerns. And so one key part of the answer, which will not surprise you from a Minister of Climate Action, needs to be ambitious, continuous and determined climate action, because it means reducing reliance on fossil fuel imports, enhancing independence, strengthening overall resilience through a much more democratic, participatory, regionalized system. And so for me, seeing the European Green Deal as part of this security architecture that we are discussing in Europe is indeed a key part of the issue. But of course, and that brings me back to my question of dependence and independence, we need not repeat the misconceptions or maybe also mistakes, if I talk from the Austrian case, in this move and in this transition we are up to doing in the climate field. Because our ability to act economically, socially on our terms also means we have to discuss the issues of dependence and independence in economic terms, whether we talk about Russia, as in the last year, whether we talk about China tomorrow, probably correct today, and what this means, especially for our for the toolbox we have at hand. So while we are in a time of a poly-crisis, and Reinhard rightfully pointed out, this doesn't help in the public discourse, so that doesn't give any reassurance, but rather the opposite. Of course, poly-crisis also means the complexity for policymakers to act on these specific interconnected issues become more complex, interventions become more complex. But and the question how we integrate the need to reduce carbon emissions to respond to the climate crisis and to increase, in doing so, our security, resilience and independence, of course, is an interconnected question that has a multitude of layers. And 3 thoughts on that to leave you with. So first, from obviously also looking at the energy crisis we faced last year, an energy system that's more secure and stable is one that's based on efficiency and renewables. That's doable. That's doable also in financial terms. We have the technologies we need to move to an efficient, circular and renewable system. And we see that this is on because the technology that we have is disruptive at this point in time. And PV, as one example, is skyrocketing in countries like Austria and many other countries in Europe. But of course, this again brings back the question of dependence and independence in this transition to a renewable energy system, because of course we mustn't be naive. If you look at the numbers from raw material processing, manufacturing, or the technologies, we see that there is a different set of dependencies, but there are dependencies. And so how to address those? There are some attempts at the European level, some attempts at the national levels. I'll keep that for a second round because that would be too long now for the introduction. But third, and that's my last point, the unease that Reinhard mentioned in his introduction. I think to also at the European level expand the discussion on security policy from a military and economic, a climate, also to social security is key, because we will need to do social policy in and of itself, not as an add-on to other issues, in order to address the security concerns of our populations. So the broader understanding of European security that we need in the interplay of environmental, economic, social factors, while we are promoting sustainable and equity and well-being for all our citizens, is obviously a huge task. It has a multitude of layers and that we need to address. But as I said before, we need to rethink what we're doing, but above all the thinking, we also need the bold action to do it. And I think there we have some headway still to do for this legislature, but also for the next.
Well, thank you very much for the opening remarks. I mean, you mentioned it more than once. There's a multitude of layers that need to be addressed. One of the newer ones, at least on the European level, is the topic of economic security. And I would like to hear the thoughts of Mr. Wolf on that.
Yeah, thank you so much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here and speak more specifically about the economic security dimensions. And I really want to make 3 points in the 5 minutes I have. The first one is that I think it is extremely important for the European Union to continue, defend and support the multilateral system. Now, this is a message that many in Brussels share, but that is often dismissed, in particular in security circles. But let us remind us of the importance of the multilateral system for value added, for global value chains, for the countries of the so-called global south. It is absolutely indispensable to have a functioning multilateral rules-based system. And while in significant parts it doesn't function as well as we want it to work, still 75% of global trade is run under MFN rules of the WTO, and throwing that out, that baby out with the bathwater, would be a big mistake. And why would it be such a big mistake? Well, because international trade is the key to economic resilience. It is not the reason for economic instability, but it is the key. Diversification comes from multiple trading relations and not and is a way of securing supply chains rather than simple reshoring, where actually you might have less risks in specific jurisdictions, but then you end up being dependent on other risks, including, by the way, climate risks that can be very local and very damaging if you have only one factory for a certain good domestically and there is a flood in the region, I mean, you also have a security problem. So in that sense, really diversification, international trade, that's important, and it's important for global, also in particular for the global South, that has less hard power than both the US and China have to defend their legitimate trade interests. Now, the second message is, we as Europeans, of course, we have to prepare for a world that looks much nastier than the current one. The current one is one where we have, of course, a harsh US-China confrontation, but where still trade between those two powers actually exists. It's actually increasing, where, of course, countries can trade and firms can trade with both superpowers. We still have that world, but we should not exclude the possibility of something much, much more dramatic happening in the Indo-Pacific, military confrontation, or even hard sanctioning, much harder sanctioning policy, secondary sanctions by the US against European firms that still do trade, and so on and so forth. So there's a lot of scenarios you can think about where the world would look much, much more difficult than currently. And to prepare for that world, what we need to do is we need to look at stress tests. We need to stress test our system. We need to do it as data-driven as possible and not based on just some sort of headline words. I mean, I'm seeing sometimes these messages, oh, during COVID, there was a shortage of face masks. That's why now the entire health sector needs to be basically protected. Well, I mean, let's be very careful about this, right? I mean, so let's look very specifically which products or which parts of the supply chain would be disrupted by such a dramatic scenario. And let's prepare as much as we can for these dramatic scenarios. And how do you prepare for that? Well, you need a bit of industrial policy, but make it as narrow as possible, because if you do it too big, you really have a big problem with the global subsidy race, which is going to be very costly and going to be very antagonistic also to the global South, which I think would be a big mistake. So yes, some protectionism, some industrial policy, but be narrow, be focused, be data-driven where it's actually needed. The third point, and then I'm shutting up, is on what I would say hard economic security risks need to be taken seriously. So we do have technologies that have dual use purposes and dual use capabilities. So both commercial as well as military. We as Europeans have to develop a strategy on that. I mean, we cannot just basically be driven by, the US being in the Netherlands and then telling them that a certain good shouldn't be exported to China. I mean, that might be the right decision, but it should be really a joint European decision, and it needs to be one that has implications for the entire single market. And just to extend a bit on this, I mean, so if you take this Dutch case of this ASML lithography machine that couldn't be exported anymore, well, if you do that, if you restrict these exports, then you better make sure that the subcomponents that are used in these lithography machines, namely Zeiss optics, are also not delivered to China, right? Otherwise, you have a complete inconsistency in your external export control mechanism. And so yes, we need some sort of a European Economic Security Committee where these things come together and are being discussed. Yes, when you do export control mechanisms for technology, you also have to do, I think logically at some point, outbound investment screening. Yeah, so this is very important, because if you don't do that, I mean, then basically instead of exporting, you produce abroad, and that's probably worse in terms of spreading the technology. And you have to, of course, do the inbound investment screening in critical infrastructure and vulnerabilities there, where we have some mechanisms. I think they are still quite, I mean, there's some European mechanism, but it's still quite national in many respects. And if you look at the Port of Hamburg debate, I mean, you can say everything. I mean, you can debate it in different ways, but I mean, one way of saying is sort of ridiculous to debate it in Hamburg, while in Rotterdam we have already a Costco in there. So I mean, these should be really European debates because it's one single market. And I did want to talk also about the importance of the financial system and the euro as a way of projecting geo-economic power, but I don't have time for that.
This would be another topic, yeah. Maybe we have time later. But now, maybe your thoughts, Ms. Kleber-Schwack. Thank you.
First of all, it's a pleasure to be with all of you this morning and a pleasure to be with this panel. Kudos to Reinhard for inviting us and for Dana for picking this sequence, because now we're about to have the first gloves off debate here, and we're going to go get in the details after that. So I'm a political scientist and not an economist, but I work on technology policy. So you'll forgive me that I will take a little excursion back to where Minister Gewessler and Reinhard started us with questions of order. Because I do think that in thinking about whether the European Union wants to be an actor or a reactor, it's critical to look at the tectonic shifts of order that we've experienced, roughly over the last 2 decades. With the acceleration, of course, through the major crises, financial crisis and pandemic. And then, of course, now a major land war at the heart of Europe that I think puts a prism on sort of these shifts, these tectonic shifts in order. And Guntram is right, I think, to say, look, multilateralism is what we should lean into. This is the week to talk about multilateralism. With the G20, we see President Biden putting an enormous push on the World Bank, not just by putting his man at the head of the World Bank, but in trying to figure out what the World Bank can be for the future. But I will argue that that has geoeconomic, geopolitical purposes as well. It doesn't come from a natural heartbeat and belief in the future of multilateral order. So let me just say, sort of the world that I look into today. We still have, and will likely have, and maybe Sven and I will debate on the other side, for the next decade, a unipolar security order. The United States, that has long served as this umbrella that has kept our seas safe for trade, and the global seas safe for trade, has allowed for globalization to do what it did, and for our understanding of international liberal order to be clearly fused with, on the one hand, rules-based ordering systems, but then also on sort of the positive ideas, spillovers of capitalism. We now know that knitting is effectively broken. What we see now emerging, of course, is multilateral economic ordering systems, and multilateral economic ordering systems that are increasingly weaponized not to do rightly, I think, what the ideal would have been, what Guntram describes, is this is a fusion that sort of, again, lifts all boats, but ways in which sort of new components are being fused together. And I just came from India, where, on the heels of the BRICS summit and the BRICS enlargement discussions, these conversations are being had in a very different and very strategic way. And then finally, you have multilateral institutions that are still there, but an acceleration of what I call multilateral parallelism, which is in part co-opting the language of multilateralism. So the Chinese have 21 entities that fall under a rough multilateral category, with which they try to attract, depending on their needs, specific components of the world, and then trying to operationalize and potentially weaponize that type of attraction. They don't do it via values. They don't do it via rules-based order. They do it through a specific sort of alignment of purposes and strategic outlook. And it's not to say that we haven't contributed, as in the wider West, to this idea of multilateral parallelism. Of course we have, and the G20 in a way is an outgrowth of that. But it's also the idea that, picking up on David Miliband's idea of this age of impunity, that we have used the multilateral system for our own purposes. So we're finger pointing in both directions. But I do feel that while we might want to restore vestiges of the multilateral order, the practice is that we are actively tearing it apart in some regards for different purposes, and that is being very much felt in our nation states, even though, of course, the business model of the European Union is this entire piece, the rule of order component, and then the internal market and the capacity that that sort of economic hold is sort of held through the multilateral infrastructure in the world. That business model is endangered. And it's in danger from these three frictions and then from this cost-cutting piece of technology. And Guntram and Minister Gewessler have already talked about the input components on the actual technology. So when we talk about critical raw materials, when we talk about the capacities to nearshore, to recycle, to think about where fundamental materials for technology building have come from. But the EU has responded in this moment of pressures in the way that that kind of body and organization, the greatest peace project the world has ever known and the greatest economic integration project the world has ever known, in a way that it does, namely with regulation, with the muscle memory it has. And we're getting to a point, of course, where that is not enough. Reinhard and I were at a discussion last week in Eibach where we were discussing primarily this. Is Europe in tech terms a player, or is it a playground where these rivalries are played out? And as it stands now, the latter is the case, though, of course, the Commission is trying to claw this back, and admirably so. So, which is to say, all of Guntram's messages and potentially my messages of warning, they have arrived here in Brussels, but we're missing a couple of things. And so, and we'll go into the details, and I can talk all day long on specific technology components, but let's talk about a couple of ways in which we sort of get out of this cross-cutting piece, given the changes to order. The first thing is that the European Union needs to be clear on sort of what side it's on, but that doesn't mean it needs to align itself entirely on issues or where it defines its own issues or its own national quote-unquote interests, its own EU interests. It has to be crystal clear about what it wants in the world. But the way that we have made progress on things like risk assessment, risk forecasting, an understanding of the environment in which we operate, from the security of undersea cables to raw materials, the way that that's actually progressed in what some might consider a grandiose talk shop, but I think is a valuable tool in the diplomacy of trust building. I ran a program on diplomacy at Harvard for 12 years, is the EU-US TTC that is in that idea of consequential mini-lateralism, a node in technology policy that is useful and is vital. And so this idea that you still have to align yourself with your values, and we see that fusion and that diplomatic conversation in the CHIPS Act pieces, in that kind of alignment, in the way that we were able to negotiate around the IRA, in the way that we have been able to negotiate on critical technology. It's not an easy relationship, but it's a mature diplomatic relationship, and that should infuse, for instance, also our thinking about how we address India in the EU-India TTC. So figure out where your placements are. Now, I completely agree with Guntram. The European Union needs to be the better diagnostic tool, because in this gloves-off impunity world, whether we wanted to or not, our nation states, and Guntram pointed to it, have become breakage points on that stewardship that the European Union can provide. And I think the ASML case is a perfect example, right? You had to bend a certain set of rules on dual use to even make that happen. It has knock-on effects that anyone here in Brussels could have yelled into a megaphone, but our corporations were unwilling to see, because two things are going on. In the shifting tectonic world, our corporations in that sort of cash cow model are still trying to reap profits of major trade with China. It's our big problem that we have in Germany, certainly, with our over-leveraged companies and their investments in China. And then finally, we're not linking it clearly to these security pieces. So the EU is right in the economic security strategy, or in the framing that we have, to push on risk assessment and scenario planning, right? To get better diagnostics done But then the diagnostics have to work. They have to stick. And this gets to the point about how then we think about governance issues, how we structure that message, both vis-a-vis the nation state, which I think is still the breakage point on this, but also our corporations, whether they're our own technology corporations or they're the corporations that are active in our market. That's what Anu Bradford calls a different set of vertical diplomacy, because we have a new set of actors with greater power, in some cases, even than nation states when it comes to driving critical decisions. That is going to shape the way in which we do diplomacy, but also the way in which we think about governance. So we need a better balance in that sort of triple helix of Euro-Atlantic tech, economic security, and industrial policy, but clearly aligned. We have to learn from our more recent experiences. So things like the application of the U.S. foreign direct product rule around obviously the invasion of Russia in Ukraine, the fact that we were able to come together rapidly on the EU 27 side and apply effectively a US rule to a European set of markets is vital. And that's a security decision. And you need speed to make that happen. And that is learning, education, and an implementation toolkit that works. So you have to put that together. And then finally, again, back to Guntram's point, this idea of communitarization, the idea that built our very union, the fact that we need not only joint projects that make our European USP clear in the tech field, and there's many, whether it's synthetic biology or particularly in biotech, there's lots of ways in which we could be a player, but we have to unify the way that we do business and think that together because the security, because it needs to be married with a security narrative. And we have to be very aware that in our very way of communicating with one another, in our very way of doing business with one another, there remain active threats when it comes to, both of you mentioned infrastructure. When we think of undersea cables right outside the coast of Spain, why aren't we doing things together in terms of undersea cable placement in the Arctic? There are opportunities. We have to change the narrative away from this reactionary posture in which we have found ourselves into an agency posture. And we can talk on this panel in just a moment about what all those things could be. But as I'm half American, I always have to leave you with a spot of optimism. There are ways in which to do this and to move into this different posture, but it will take an active renegotiation with our member states and most importantly with our member states' business interests linked to a security narrative, because otherwise these breakage points will continue and they will expose our vulnerability and they will make all of our lives increasingly dangerous.
Thank you very much. Mr. Biskup, you're focused more on defense security, classical security field. So maybe your thoughts on this topic.
Right. Thank you. And thank you for the invitation, Reinhard. The quote about big and small countries, of course, from the Belgian socialist Paul-Henri Spaak, at a time when there were indeed still Belgian socialists united in a single Belgian socialist party. So it's a moment of nostalgia for me. But all right, that's another debate. I want to make 2 points, a point about war and a point about order. I think we should not have been surprised that war is still there, though I was as surprised as many that Russia decided to invade Ukraine again a second time. But that war has not disappeared is sadly a fact. We ought not to have been surprised, and I was not surprised, that this war is also fought in, in the old ways with tanks and artillery and infantry attacks. If you want to conquer and hold land, you're not going to do it with drones and cyber. You need boots on the ground. That's the only way. I think too many people made a mistake that we've made often before when a new weapon system is invented or humankind conquers a new dimension. People think wars will only be decided in that new dimension. And after World War I, we had many theorists who said the next war will be fought only from the air. Well, that's not exactly how World War II happened, and it's the same now with cyber and drones and so on. So new dimensions are always added onto the existing dimensions. What can we perhaps already learn from the way this war is fought? I think there's the difficulty that I see for us, our European armed forces, the link between technology and mass. It's interesting to see how on both sides most of the highest technology weapons were available only in limited quantities, or the ammunition was available in limited quantities. And so actually the impact on the war has been relatively limited, exception made for the field of intelligence, where there's a crucial American contribution to the Ukrainian war effort, which Europeans cannot replace. But therefore, in a way, the war is now being fought with the generation of weapons before that, before the highest technology weapons, which is interesting to see. And mass then counts, of course. And that leads me to two ideas. One is that we've created a model of forces that is actually not sustainable if you are fighting a long-term, large-scale, very intensive war, right? By our reliance mostly on these high-tech weapons in very small quantities, it's good if you take on somebody who's not a peer competitor in a campaign that will last weeks or at most months, but we don't have a business model that allows us to fight this way for years on end against a peer competitor. So we have to think about the composition of our forces. But we also need to think again about how do we do large-scale operations. The Russians thought they know how to do it, but they discovered they've lost the knowledge. And they're going through all the lessons again, just like in World War I after 1941. The only armed forces who can really do combined arms warfare at the scale of divisions and corps is the United States. In Europe, probably only the French armed forces, within the EU, I mean, can do operations at division level. That's it. All of us are already... Yeah, but within the EU... within the EU, the French, they still do maneuvers at division level. That's it. All the rest for us, if we deploy a battalion somewhere, 500 men and women, it's already a huge operation. So we'll have to learn again how to operate at the level of brigade, division, and even army corps. My conclusion is of this first point, we will never be able to do any of this to acquire mass, to reacquire this experience, and to acquire the high-tech strike capability in sufficient numbers unless we pool our efforts. None of this is new. This is why ESDP, now CSDP, was created in the first place 24 years ago. We just keep saying that this is what we should do, and we never really do it, just like we're not really doing it now. And it's very interesting to see how there's a strong dynamic to do all kinds of things collectively for Ukraine, but it still does not translate into a strong dynamic to pool our own defense efforts. And last year's strategic compass, I think, is a good document. It contains all the right decisions, but we're not doing it. We're not really doing it. Or in some areas, we're pretending that we do it. We're pretending that we're building a rapid deployment capacity, but actually we're just recreating the battle groups under another name. So this will never be rapid and it will never be deployable. It's not real. So this is a bit my frustration. I'm the eternal optimist. I believe that we need CSDP in addition to NATO, but we're not doing it. We're not really implementing the compass. The other point I want to make is about order, where again, in a way, there's not so much new under the sun if you look closely. A lot of people like to say, oh, we're now seeing a new world order. I would say, no, we're living in the same multipolar order of the last 3 decades. Evolution has been accelerated maybe, but that's what it is. You have a number of global players, great powers in the old-fashioned term, some of which are closely linked together, Europeans and Americans, Russians and Chinese. But in the end, each of them will prioritize the national interest. If the Chinese have to choose between partnership with Russia or the Chinese national interest, they will obviously choose for the Chinese national interest. And so the Chinese have decided not to support the Russian war effort to the extent that we support Ukraine, which is lucky. Otherwise, we would now be in a full-blown global Cold War. Then you have the non-great powers, the others. What do they do in such a situation? They hedge. They try to keep open their options and work with everybody. And you see countries like the Saudis, for example, choosing with Iran to announce their attempted reconciliation through China. That's a very significant choice, but it doesn't mean they're creating some anti-Western authoritarian bloc. It doesn't mean that the Saudis are cutting their links with the US. It means that they keep all their options open. If you see the new set of countries joining the BRICS, it's the same. We should not overreact to this either, I think. It's significant, and I'll be curious to see what topics these countries think they will talk about, and will they actually take action on some of these topics. But it doesn't mean that somehow these countries are now in the opposite camp. because there are no two clear camps, in my view. I think that's a wrong reading of the world. We're very often tempted to say this, it's autocrats versus democrats, but the reality is that this is not how it works. This is also not how, in reality, we work, because even as many European leaders talk about democracy versus autocracy, yeah, we still make new energy deals with Azerbaijan and Qatar and Algeria and what have you, because, yeah, what we don't want to buy from Russia anymore, we'll have to buy from someone else. And sadly, the world's natural resources seem to be concentrated in the rather less democratic states. So my view is, don't try to create this artificial dimension, the division. It's a self-fulfilling prophecy. I think what we'll have to get used to is normality in a way, right? The multipolarity is normal in international politics. With a few exceptions, international politics has always been multipolar. You know, even the Roman Empire had peer competitors, not the Belgians, but I'm talking about the Persians and so on. So we'll have to get used to the fact that no single country, or very few single countries, individual countries, will be totally with us on everything. You know, there'll be a few like this within NATO, of course, well, more or less even. But all other countries will have to go dossier by dossier and see on this specific topic with whom our interests coincide and we can work, and will be against us, and that will be regardless of their domestic politics. On some dossiers, some authoritarian states will be with us and some democratic states may be against us, and the other way around. I would almost dare to say, provoking a bit, that from the point of view of grand strategy, the domestic politics is irrelevant to a large extent. We have to work with whom our interest forces to work, regardless of whether the partners are democratic or not. The only red line that I would draw is that by cooperating with a non-democratic state, you should not become complicit in the human rights violations that these non-democratic states commit. There somehow should be drawn the red line. So I think rather than trying to divide the world in two or recruit states exclusively for us, what we need is a kind of open door policy for the 21st century. And there I believe, and Reinhard, you will be happy to hear me say it, strongly in the global gateway as an instrument, the main instrument of this open door policy, so that we can go around the world and say, look, we don't expect that you kick out the Chinese or even the Russians. It's up to you to decide whom you want to work with. But we also have something to offer. So be smart and diversify, just like we diversify. And our offer is the global gateway. Thank you.
Dana, can I read?
Sure.
Just to say, I thought that was a very acute analysis. I just wanted to point it out that I wasn't making the point on a value-based piece on my order comments either way, just to observe that the fracturing is real. And that, again, to your point, we haven't fully, as Europe, seen that there is potential for greater agency, which is exactly what you mapped out. But it's also going to require a unique and new, or a skill set that needs to be newly developed. Because in order for Europe to be in a hedging position that still utilizes the capacities of Brussels, you're going to need a whole different set of diplomacy, scenario ideas, risk assessment, these kind of things that put you in a way that gives you that kind of nimbleness so that you too can hedge. And that's where the worry begins in my case.
The strategic compass, I think the classified bit, the risk assessment, which I haven't seen but I've been told is very good, I think is a good start of that. But we need to keep updating it, but then act on it, of course.
And you need to be faster.
Okay, so we are already in the discussion. There's a lot of things going on. Mr. Wolfram, please react to it, and then I will start with my questions.
So if you have separate, so I didn't want to, okay, just two quick points. I mean, the first is I think this question of how to relate with autocracies and so on and so forth is a very important one, right? And there's a sort of one camp that sort of says we need to really, what we need to do is we need to reorganize our trade and friendshore, right? I mean, let's do primarily deals with friends that are democracies, etc. And then there are those that say, well, actually we can't afford it, especially in energy, right? I mean, because Azerbaijan, all these countries, and by the way, it's not a coincidence that energy-intensive, resource-rich countries tend to have actually political systems that are more problematic. I mean, there's a whole literature around this, right? Because basically these are rents, and capturing these rents is very interesting for sort of autocratic leaders. And so you have these two camps, and my view on this, at the end of the day, we have to define what we want, right? I mean, do we want? I mean, the resources of these countries will be sold, right? I mean, there will be people buying gas from Azerbaijan at some stage. So, what do we want? And my view at the end of the day is better to import from 10 countries that are not friends but that compete with each other. Rather than buying from one friend that all of a sudden in a few years might not be a friend anymore because there's a different political system, especially if the country is not a different president, let's say. I guess you can imagine which ones. So at the end of the day, I think we need this diversification strategy, and let them compete, and so that's, and very quickly, the second very quick point, because Catherine mentioned the agency of the European Union, and of course the key issue is that the European Union has extremely limited resources when it comes to security. I mean, it's also, by the way, the national governments. I mean, the German national security strategy was published, but basically it's not backed up in the budget that is currently discussed in the Bundestag, right? So it's the same problem, but at the European level, the problem is even bigger. And so if we want to develop agency, I mean, what we need at the end of the day is we need EU resources for research and development in defense, for example, right? I mean, can we not say this is a really European public good, which should be funded through European resources, perhaps even ideally through European debt, because especially if it's research and development, it's sort of productivity enhancing investments that add to security, add to commercial productivity, and is basically a win-win. And by the way, by creating this joint debt for a European public good, you also create something that helps developing your financial system and support the euro, which is absolutely crucial, of course. In the world of great power competition, you need a strong financial system and a strong euro and a strong international role of the euro.
So I mean, the funding is probably also the second part of it. I mean, what I wanted to ask you, I want to step back a little bit and ask you first. I mean, the new dimensions of the security. It's a new concept. So we all have to, like, economic security is a new concept, rather new concept than we have the classical defense security concept and the climate security. So I would like to know if you think that the European countries or Europe itself is aligned. Does Europe have a shared common understanding what a holistic approach to security means and what the priorities are? Or is that still up for debate? Ms. Kluwer, difficult question.
I mean, no, actually, no. It's a very easy answer because the answer is no. And now we can all leave. No, I mean, I think that's exactly right. Sven pointed to the compass. I mean, I was put up to do an Oxford-style debate in 2016 with Natalie Tocci, where, I brought all of our best thinking on what constitutes a strategy from Harvard, and I said it's neither a strategy nor is it. And I mean, I was set up to do this. Natalie and I are good friends, don't get me wrong. But I think that's precisely it. We're sort of exercising these muscles that of putting a lot of things on paper and then not acting on it, and then, quote unquote, sitting on our hands. I mean, if you ask an American, the concept of economic security or economic statecraft, as we've started calling it in the Obama administration, is as old as the creation of the United States of America. right? Because you had no quote unquote natural competitors in a land that you were conquering. It was all about reaping economic benefits and then pushing the economic benefits out from there. So for the Americans, now we've created new vernacular around it, and we've created sort of a new strategy and system around it, and we've tied it up with things like transportation and major social reforms. I mean, the U.S. CHIPS Act has a whole piece in it about childcare, because you have a Biden administration that's trying to revolutionize an economic system through that piece and through its international exposure. So there's plenty of powers who have seen this as a linked issue because of, and I mean, it's somewhat ironic that, of course, the greatest peace project on earth, the European Union, was created by welding key industries together, steel and coal, and now we're at a moment where those industries are being used against an economic system that we built from the inside out. So, I mean, part of it is we have to have a different, discourse with our publics, because I mean, Guntram mentioned it, and we talked about it yesterday at dinner. A new understanding of how these things come together will force trade-offs in European public policy, which we have not had to make effectively for, 70 years of our functional peace order. And now the questions are going to get really uncomfortable and really painful, and they do. And what is the reflex of our quote-unquote political class? Guntram mentioned the debate that we're having on the German Haushalt, is to either take language out to sort of, we call it in the US, to create we're not creating the containing environment in which the debate really happens. Yesterday's debate in the German Bundestag, I think, is a point of departure, where you have a chancellor who says, look, we're going to have to change the rules of the game. But this comes late in the game. And it comes, I mean, to Reinhardt's point, it comes at a time when you already have a population that's entirely destabilized, in the sense that we have a populist, a fascist party that's running off 22% of the electorate. So you've already lost that narrative somehow. So, I mean, I think Sven made some excellent points. That's where you have to reframe the political debate. All the facts are there. Everybody on this panel has spoken to the fact that this exists. Now you need to find, and at speed, a different kind of public narrative that frames these trade-offs, makes clear what they are, makes clear, to Guntram's point, that they're going to hurt, and that you do it on a basis of, a clear assessment of what the risks are, what the costs are, and what this is going to mean. And that is responsible public policy making.
Mrs. Gewessler, you already, in your ministry, when you're talking about trade-offs, I mean, in your ministry, you have so many issues combined that are contradictory to each other. You have climate, you have energy security in there. So how do you deal with that? You already mentioned, I think one example is the solar industry, where on the one hand, we want the technology to thrive. We want more. Austria has this goal of 100% renewables until 2030. For production of energy, for production of electricity consumption. So how do you deal with that? How do you deal with those contradictory issues? I mean, on the one hand, we want to build more renewables, but on the other hand, all of the technology comes from China. So we are more dependent on one country. We talked a lot about diversification. So that's contradictory. How do you deal with that?
There's a lot of things I would want to react to, but I'll try to keep it brief and concise. But 2 points. It spoke to the question of let's call it value-based trade policy, or how do we pick and choose? You said, now from the Greens, I have to react. Obviously, I have to react, but I just do in one sentence, yeah? Because where's the red line where we don't get complicit? That's right. If you answer that question, okay, let's take a different differentiation, but where's the red line where we don't get complicit? And of course, and the second is, I spoke to your point, is the EU in a position of agency, or do we have because of course, if you need trade-offs, you need first to have a shared position of where are the priorities, and then are you in a position of agency to act? And I don't believe in, okay, there is now a big bang, whatever crisis, and that will put us a big step forward. It might be disappointing, yeah, because you might that's what you alluded to. You might wait that a fundamental crisis like that now really is a big step, not only to external common action, but also to how we deal with each other internally. But in the end, policy making is also about making sure we push one step after the other in a concise and coherent way. And if you look at what happened to the common gas purchasing, that's now enlarged to a platform that's also going into renewable gases, into green hydrogen, etc. Totally supportive of that. That is such a step. Is it the Big Bang? Well, no, not. But we have to say goodbye to believing there's any silver bullet solution. So if I look at the dilemma that you described, and the questions we have to answer, the first question is, let's do our homework. Yeah? Let's do our homework back home, and there's one in the energy transition, and in our move away from this dependency of fossil fuel imports into a renewable age. There's, of course, one big difference. You import fossil gas, you burn it, it's gone. You have to keep importing it. You import materials that contain raw materials, you recycle them, you keep them in the loop, you have a raw material base here. So let's do our homework, understand circular economy as a big part of what we need to do in terms of our resilience and economic stability, number one. Number two, of course, and that alludes also to the point you made on research and innovation. Of course, yes, we have to work on that, and we have to focus our energies. And of course, easily said, let's focus on priorities. It means you defocus on other things. And so we spent 3 years in this ministry shifting the means in research and innovation to the areas where we need them. Yeah, energy efficiency, energy transition, flexibility in the system, and also towards making sure we enhance technologies for manufacturing solar in Europe more efficiently in order to boost also the competitiveness. So reshoring obviously isn't the only answer, but without reshoring, it will be quite difficult either. That's why I said 3 years ago already with my colleague from Luxembourg, with other colleagues in the European Union, we need an IPCEI, so an important project of common European interest on the solar industry as well. We have one on batteries, and you see, batteries is a good example. If we join forces, if we focus on something, projections until 2030, 60% of our battery demand in Europe will produce in Europe. So focus on a sector, replicate the same thing. So use the tools we have to actually focus on the PV industry. And then, of course, this is a shift. And up until then, we will import fossil fuels. We will not be able, even if we expand production domestically in some parts of Europe, for the next decades. Austria wants to be climate neutral by 2040, Europe 2050. We will need imports, and of course, we need a diversification of supply chains in these imports. So Austria learned the hard way that 80% dependency on Russian gas is not a good idea, was probably never a good idea, in this sense probably not something new. The Greens said since 2006, pellets are a better idea than Putin. But okay, we learned it the hard way last year, so we have to make sure we follow through on that. So of course, diversification of supply chains, a trade policy that is balanced and encourages international trade while preserving also European interests and values, and international cooperation with all the aspects that Reinhard also mentioned in the introduction, that we also have to take into account that interests of our trade partners are different now than maybe, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 years ago. That needs to come together in a concise policy. And we will only do this, as a member of the, who said political class? I'm always all for differentiation, but as a member of the political class, yeah, we will do this step by step if we join forces and manage it together. And there's enough members of there is politicians that stand for one thing, politicians that stand for the others. Next year, there's a big possibility to choose that we do it in a coherent and concise way, and don't help the 20%, or in Austria 30% of far right who would do it differently.
First, Mr. Wolf, and then.
Yeah, I mean, I very much agree with most of what you said, Minister. But I mean, let me focus on.
Been surprising now.
Yeah, but let me focus on the 2-3 points where I think I would nuance a bit. I mean, so the first point is, what do we really need to produce domestically? I mean, I think this is a very, very difficult question. I mean, the European Green Industrial Strategy and the Critical Raw Materials Act sort of sets these quota, right? Certain percentages, etc. Ideally should be produced here. Now, I don't believe that you can get back an industry which you have lost already, and where there's significant comparative advantages that run counter yourself. And that is solar. I mean, solar is going to be now. Then solar is. I mean, now, am I saying we can only rely on China? No. And there is, of course, a big distortion, and China does two big distortions. One is forced labor, which is a big problem, and the second is, of course, that China produces with energy for the production of solar with coal, right? So there is an issue here, and I do appreciate that there is an issue. But then let's look at other countries where this can be produced, because labor cost also matters for solar hugely. And, I looked at Vietnam, for example. In Vietnam, you can produce much cheaper than here, but still it's a bit more expensive than China. So there I would really more insist on the diversification. And I would say solar is not the cutting edge technology anymore. I mean, it's quite a mass technology by now. The key point is to have a rapid rollout of solar panels for climate and for cheap energy. That's the key, not the production of solar panels here. Having said that, I mean, there are other industries where we still have a lead, and where I think it is important to sort of build choke points, right? And sort of move those choke points and really move technological advantages so far ahead that you can actually use them as leverage points in a geo-economic confrontation. And there I would invest into the research and the technology behind wind, behind batteries, etc. But I don't think I would go back and trying to get old industry. I mean, that you've lost already.
But batteries are already in the hands of China. It's not. And
batteries
really,
is very difficult. I agree.
Well.
I mean,
Is it more?
And it's very dirty.
I would like to hear your thoughts. Thank you. On that as well. Is it more important that what you already said, like to invest in cutting edge technology, like chips? I mean, in Germany, there's been a lot of investment, huge investments in getting companies to come who produce cutting edge chips to come to Germany. TSMC, Intel. Is that kind of something that needs to be rather concentrated on? Mr. Biscott, first. Sorry.
That's actually more question for you. I want to pick at this red line question again. We should also not overcomplicate it. I mean, if the EU trades with United States, does that mean that we condone the use of the death penalty in the United States? Obviously not. Everybody would say obviously not. So it's the same for any other country. Not because you trade with China, you condone the death penalty in China. But in the case of the US, for example, you don't sell the chemicals that are used for the injections, right? So the red line has to be drawn relatively close, or you're on a slippery slope, and you can only trade within the EU, and even not with all EU member states if push comes to shove. So I think the more tricky question is in classic security and defense. Think of all the countries in the Sahel where we have EU and national operations present, and where now many of them, after a series of coups d'etats, have a military regime. Do we continue our classic defense cooperation, yes or no? In some cases, our interest may actually require it, but then you're much more at risk of directly shoring up the military regime, or of training or delivering weapons to the armed forces that have taken over political power. That are the more tricky questions. I don't have an answer to it, but we need an urgent answer, because we've left a huge gap now in the Sahel. Basically, we've suffered some spectacular defeats in the Sahel. I mean, the Russians sent 2 guys in a dock to Mali and got us kicked out. It's a bit overshadowed by Ukraine. It's a spectacular defeat, and there is no answer to that. I think these are the more tricky questions when it comes to red lines.
Let's stay a little bit more in the field of what needs to be produced here in Europe and what needs to be produced somewhere else. So, like, I would like to hear your thoughts on the chips thing. Maybe a brief.
Yeah, very quickly. So I think on chips, in a way, because we've talked about risk assessment a number of times here, and that sounds like such an abstract bit, but we haven't thought it through entirely. And we're almost in some respects in the risk of doing similar things that we did with solar panels on the chips front. Because we don't have this whole congruency fully lined up. Yes, ASML has this quote unquote deal with the Americans now at cost for, major European questions. But then you look at what ASML sales were last month in terms of DUV machines. So not the lithography machines that the Americans are worried about on the national security grounds, but 62% skyrocketing in sales because, of course, China's going to claim what they can, even though they're the sort of the lower grade. I'm not going to go into all the technology machines because they feel that not unlike with the solar technology, with what they have in pocket, they can upgrade and advance quickly on that. So which is to say, they have thought through different components of the value chain that they can either upgrade, regrade, reuse, reform, again, for their purposes, because they come at these questions with a much more singular-minded focus and, not a bureaucratic system that then evens the playing field, slows everything down, and splits decision-making into 58 million steps, which is the nature of our democracies. They come at this differently. So mistakes are about to potentially be made again. On the chips piece, then, Guntram has pointed to the interlinkage of, for instance, ASML, then the lenses and the optical technology that's produced in Germany. We have to think these things together. At the end of that line is things like chemical inputs. Who owns those? How do we, and when I was living and working in Brussels, we were just debating REACH and the precautionary principle and the chemicals directive. So we've had tools in the background to figure out, to get more into that piece, but we mostly need to be linking these things together. So if we're trying to, on the one hand, diversify smartly, but then also go back and see where are the future problems, where are the coming problems, so that we don't replicate ways in which that we've already seen, the way that we outsourced machine building. The Chinese overtook the Germans in 2019 when it comes to machine building. So that's it. We need to be clear-eyed about not making these mistakes again and figuring out where in the value chain we're starting, such that we can think this, that sort of complex layer cake together in terms of ownership and then how we negotiate and who we plan our diversification strategies with.
So this is one part of the problem. Where do we get our technology from, and how can we make sure that our technology is sourced from different or diverse sources, so in order to reduce the risk for our security? But on the other hand, it's what about restrictions, and that leads me to you, Mr. Biskup, about dual use exports, for example. How do we or do we do enough to prevent other not-so-friendly countries to get our cutting-edge technology to improve their military, for example? Is that another field where Europe needs to be aligned more?
It's definitely a big problem, because if you pull your defense efforts more, you have to have a totally harmonized policy on defense exports, which we absolutely do not have. So that's one of the obstacles in the way, perhaps not the primary one, but the point is, for the European defense industry to survive, we need to export. Our own market is by far too small, so we need to export. And the question is to who? Where I agree, it's a very difficult debate. And again, I don't think the easy answer is only to democracies. I think we have to say only to security partners. But they may not be fully democratic in some cases. What I find tricky is in all of this debate is how far do we go in our outward investment screening and in imposing restrictions. And I'd be interested in the the views of the experts on this. What's the risk of triggering an escalatory spiral in this? And is there a sort of dangerous tipping point? And how realistic is it, I say that as a layman when it comes to technology, to deprive another country for a long time from a cutting-edge technology, right? The historical example that I have in mind is the atomic bomb, right? The Americans thought they would have the monopoly for years and years, and just a couple of years later, there was the Soviet bomb. Of course, to a large extent through espionage, but yeah, espionage has also not disappeared. So it's a layman's question, but how realistic is it to really think can keep the monopoly on the technology for a long time?
I mean, I think the discussion on the outbound investment control is one of the most fascinating ones right now. And there you can see where countries have different views. Germany is more hesitant on this field. Other countries are more leaning towards it, especially the US. Would you be able to have some thoughts on that, to share some thoughts on that, on this topic, outbound investment control?
I would actually like to go back to some other comment. I cannot, sorry, obviously, Mike, hello to the live stream. I would like to come back to something you said earlier on. No, I'll start one step ahead, because obviously these questions, were they easy, we wouldn't sit here on these panels, we would have the answers and we would be voting on them in Parliament and in national governments. And it's questions, obviously, I sit in the Environmental Council now and in the Energy Council for 4 years, and they are on the agenda of every single Envy Council. So not competitiveness, also there, but environment ministers discuss this. And I think the question what the right balance is to keep European competitiveness in this race for green technologies, because this race is on. Yeah? I mean, what the IRA does, really happy from a climate minister's perspective, but obviously this has a very different interest to it as well, that we managed to mitigate in technical discussions. But anyway, what the dominance of China on the EV market doesn't come by coincidence, or of course, there is a policy behind it. And what the European response to it is at the moment is the Net Zero Industry Act, the silver bullet? No, probably not. It's a first attempt to actually address it again in terms of what is a Green Deal compatible industrial policy. And I'd like to comment on something. Have we lost already the race for some of the technologies? If you look at the numbers from the International Energy Agency, in electrolyzers, heat pumps, batteries, what is announced for production and existing and announced production in Europe is set in 2030 to cover demand. It's different in wind and solar. Does that mean we give up? You said you were a bit more nuanced on wind, you were less nuanced on solar. Do we give this up? If we talk about what is critical infrastructure, then this is the critical infrastructure of our energy system that we are building at the moment. And I give you one example from Austria. We have one of the two last relevant companies for solar module inverters in Austria. The inverter is the heart of the installation. So in terms of changing the current, but also in terms of collecting the data and managing the grid input and uptake. So this is the heart of it. There is companies left in Europe who actually produce this with European technology, with the European data protection, with the European set of values put into this. If we lose that as well, here is your systemic risk, because the inverter production is also already outsourced to a large protection to Austria. So we have to find ways to not only keep these last champions of the photovoltaic industry, but really to build on that and also build an ecosystem around it to make them sustainable economically, because otherwise we throw by saying, okay, we already made that mistake, we make an even bigger mistake for the future. So an appel, I have no idea to say that in English now. Appeal? Yeah. A call for action, a call for action on that. And really because this will be my last sentence, not to underestimate the Green Deal in its security dimensions, because if we really think this through, and it has to be thought through, there is huge potential in this. Circular economy increases our resilience as much as it is a climate impact.
Mm-hmm. So one last topic. I mean, we are at the end of it, but I think we cannot close this without addressing the upcoming changes next year. Maybe we have a very important election, and I don't also mean the European election. That's also very important, but the most important one is the U.S. election. So what happens when there will be a change in the government in the U.S.? Will all of our efforts? Into the next 3 hours. I was going to say. So maybe, like one last thought on that, Ms. Kleber-Ashbrook.
One thought. Okay, good, great. Yeah. Okay. Look. I mean, I think it's an extremely dangerous moment, because whoever accedes to the Republican nomination on the U.S. side has a weird sense of retribution in their back pocket, and an entirely more dangerous view of China, because that has become the one coalescing narrative for the Republican Party on the foreign policy line. And the one issue that, at least not in nuanced terms, but at least on the sort of 30,000 foot level, seems to unite across the aisle. But if you follow closely what the Congressional Committee on China sort of puts forth, that's almost entirely staffed and underwritten by Congress, and then you listen to the kind of advisors that any Republican administration would have, and we were discussing yesterday that a Republican administration would have the kind of set of strategic advisors that are very dangerous to sort of European interests, I think, globally. There is much more preparation and more girding that needs to happen on the European side to plan out that scenario, because there are risks that and again, this is regardless of whether it's Trump or DeSantis or Ramaswamy, that will push the Europeans in a very, very, very difficult position, and that's really that would be only on the China or China-linked economic piece. We've seen that that the past Republican administration of that ilk was perfectly willing to fundamentally attack the Europeans on the basis of political priorities and not economic priorities, but it creates a quicksand moment. To debate what happens when the United States potentially pulls the plug out of the fundamental touchstone of global governance, I think we'd need about 4 hours to discuss that. But I think it's not flip to say that. Those are the kind of scenarios, and I think Sven mentioned that the war in Ukraine was not enough of a crisis. Certainly, that would be a major crisis. We've seen a first impeachment all about Ukraine. Okay? We saw President Trump very happily throw Ukraine under the bus, and over like 4 javelins in comparison. And now we see Blinken in Kiev with another a bucket of money. Those things could be issues of the past. So what the Europeans need to do now is, both on the IRA piece, the implementation piece, they need to lean into they need to do better diplomatic diagnostics, as we were discussing yesterday, meaning to say they need to see where American needs are, where they can begin to leverage American interests on the economic front to hold them close. And there are many ways, on particularly the federal state level, that need to be accelerated now, because there are ways to keep a potential Republican administration in check, at least on the economic questions. But I think on the security piece, we're entering a potentially very vulnerable phase. Even if you have a re-election of a Biden administration, the realities for Europe are going to shift, and we need to be prepared for them.
Is there still time to be prepared for this?
We should have started about 2.5 years ago, but better late than never.
Mr. Biscop, is there still enough time, or do you have a little bit more optimistic view on this?
I would say specifically when it comes to the war against Ukraine, I think it will be a prudent assumption for Europeans that whoever wins the elections, American support will diminish, military support. Probably more gradually when the Democrats stay in power, drastically potentially when Republicans win. But anyway, I would say we have to plan as of today to take over the main conventional effort in the areas in which we can take it over, and hope that the US will continue to provide the intel to the Ukrainians. We could have started a lot earlier. I find it a bit surprising that more than a year and a half into this war, we still have no longer-term planning. And the first tentative idea put on the table by Borrell, 20 billion for the next 4 years, which is just continuing the current freedom of support, met with a very skeptical reaction from member states. So we really need a longer-term plan on what does Ukraine need and how we're going to build it, procure it, and transfer it to them.
All right, thank you very much. I think we have time for 1 or 2 questions from the audience, or one? Okay, half a question. If at all, there's some more questions. Please go ahead. Can you please say your name and your affiliation, please?
Kurt Geisert, I'm one of the guys in the House of European History. I have a question for Minister Gewessler. I was in our museum the guide for Johannes Hahn and members of his cabinet some months ago. And not surprisingly, he said NATO membership is no topic for Austria, but participation in PESCO, permanent structured cooperation in the field of security and defense, there is a growing interest in Austria. Can you agree with this?
I honestly, I value Johannes Hahn very much, and we just met recently, but we are just working right now on an update of the Austrian of the Austrian security strategy in general. Also trying to solve all these questions of interconnected crises, also taking energy and all other aspects in this, where obviously there is a broad debate on that, but some tenets of Austrian foreign and security and defense policy will remain. So no, there was no, Pekka from Finland is now following, who will tell a different story, but in Austria there's no debate on NATO membership, if that's the question. And, yeah.
All right, thank you so much for this very vivid discussion. I think we could go on forever, but now we discussed the problems, and now Mr. Pekka Haavisto, Foreign Minister of Finland, until 2023, he will have the answers and conclusions and solutions for us. So no pressure. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you so much.
It's a great pleasure for me to be able to introduce to all of you my good friend Pekka Haavisto. Pekka, just until recently, was the foreign minister of Finland. The Swedish would be happy, right? Yeah. Maybe you can create a Nordic union and make him your joint foreign minister. He has also served in the Finnish government as a minister for environment and as a minister for development cooperation. He has served in the capacity of Special Envoy for the United Nations to the Horn of Africa, and many other functions. He's presently one of the candidates in Finland for the next presidency of the country. And Pekka has always been contributing very much to our European debate between Greens and other political actors. So I think he's the best we have to offer to look at the new security realities in Europe and how we can cope with the challenges. Thank you for being here, Pekka. It wasn't easy to get you here because you have such a busy schedule, but please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Reinhard, and thanks other hosts as well of this event, and dear friends and esteemed guests. Of course, it's my great pleasure and honor to be here in the European Parliament to talk about, I think, about the most acute thing about the security realities in Europe and the new challenges. And I think some of you I addressed last December in the EGB's General Assembly, and I emphasized then that we must make our messages of peace, democracy, humanity, and our solutions to fight climate change and the loss of biodiversity be heard across Europe and globally. Above all, preserving peace and the environment have sustainable value. It's our responsibility to cherish and, if necessary, be ready to defend them. Unfortunately, the latter seems more and more urgent every day. Let us start today with the security situation in Europe and in our neighboring regions, and first about Ukraine and European Union. According to Article 51 of the UN Charter, Ukraine has the right to defend itself and the right to ask other countries for help until the UN Security Council resolves the issue. And as we know, the Security Council is paralyzed in this matter when one of its permanent members is the attacking entity. Meanwhile, the UN General Assembly has become the forum and advocate of the entire international community. Last October, the UN General Assembly condemned Russia's illegal territorial annexations in Ukraine by 143 votes. Only 4 countries supported Russia's position. Accountability is not only important because of impunity, but because of the upholding of an international rule-based system. Fundamentally, it's about serious war crimes and crimes against humanity. The EU responded to the Russian attack with unprecedented speed, determination and unity. The sanctions imposed by the EU on Russia are effective and extensive, and the material support given to the defence through the European Peace Facility has been significant. I have to say that whenever, as a new NATO country, I entered to NATO foreign ministers' meetings, we spoke about the non-lethal aid to Ukraine. And whenever I came to the EU foreign ministers' meeting, we talked about the lethal aid to Ukraine. I don't know if this is the difference between EU and NATO, but just to remind how important the EU support has been for Ukraine. Supporting Ukraine and increasing the production of the defence industry is now a priority, and at the same time EU countries must take care of their own defence. Still, mere words and speeches are not enough. We must do more to provide Ukraine with the ability to defend its sovereignty as guaranteed by the UN Charter. If Russia is able to move borders with force in the 21st century, we have badly failed in maintaining the rules-based world order and the European security order. While supporting a sustainable peace, opting for a quick but shaky peace over a sustainable one is deceiving in the long run. In looking ahead to the future, we must keep in mind how the EU still has soft power, which it must use to its advantage. Enlargement is a geopolitical tool. Ukraine submitted its EU application 5 days after the Russian invasion. Being able to highlight the path for Ukrainian membership is our obligation to the Ukrainian people. After all, they are fighting not only for their nation, but also for their right to be a free European nation. Peace must be promoted based on Ukraine's own plan, the so-called Zelensky's peace formula. Positively, the discussion on the arrangements related to the future of Ukraine and to the security commitments has progressed in recent months, and the EU is ready to participate in them together with its partners. More often, instead of discussion whether Ukraine should be involved in our economic and security institutions, we discuss the timeline. Ukraine in NATO and the EU, while a longer project, is an issue of when instead of whether. This is how we demonstrate readiness for long-term support of Ukraine's security and anchoring Ukraine as part of Euro-Atlantic security. Dear friends, foreign and security policy has become the core of the EU and will remain an essential part of it for years to come. The EU has demonstrated its geopolitical nature, perhaps when it's most needed. European security calls for a transition to qualified majority decisions also in the field of common foreign and security policy. The effects of the war are felt more concretely on the edges of the EU than in its core. Europe's great upheavals shape its edges more than the so-called old Europe. Let me take a few examples. Finland and Sweden's NATO membership, explosion of the Nord Stream pipeline in the Baltic Sea, the risks involved in shipping in the Black Sea, effects of imported grain on local producers in Ukraine, how we receive and take care of refugees, provocations on the borders of Russia and Belarus, to name a few. Europe's long-term and ideal goals is to build cooperative security, as we have done since the Second World War. I see no reason to give up on peace and being able to seek for pathways for diplomacy. However, peace does not preserve itself, as we have witnessed in Ukraine. For now, we are forced to invest in deterrence to maintain even a minor level of predictability on our continent's security. While amid gloomy times, I still believe that a rules-based order has far more defenders than the world of power politics. This was also visible at the Peace Summit in Jeddah in August. By the way, it was interesting that also China participated in Jeddah, the last meeting where the Ukraine peace plan was discussed. And at least in Helsinki, the Chinese ambassador took part in the National Day of Ukraine, in the demonstration for Ukrainian rights. All of the about 40 countries that were in Jeddah emphasized the importance of the UN Charter, including independence and territorial integrity. For us Europeans, we also have our own forum for security discussions, the OSCE. While once a significant organization for shaping European history, its role has been limited in this century. Perhaps this would be a time to revive its potential and make common efforts to restore its ability to shape our future instead of becoming a relic of missed potential. Finland will be the chairing member state of the organization during the 50th anniversary of the Helsinki Final Act in 2025. For Finland, this represents a serious moment of diplomatic efforts if the overall circumstances prove to be right. Dear friends, some thoughts about the future scenarios in the security situation in Europe. We obviously cannot predict all the possible courses and developments for the future, and we do not always give the necessary weight to the changes we observe, especially the silent or even slightly louder signals. I will try to outline the most central phenomena of international politics affecting our situation. First of all, Russia's actions. The effects of Russia's war will have a long-term effect on our continent. There is no going back to where we were before February 24th of 2022. This has been a fundamental change in the European security architecture. Our goal is, without a doubt, that Ukraine stops the Russian attack and maintains its full sovereignty as well as territorial integrity and forces Russia to leave the country. The fundamental change is not only for the whole continent, but for Russia itself as well. By starting this war, President Putin has gambled with Russia's great power status and the country's prosperity. At some point, either the Russian people or the high-ranking people in Moscow will realize the damage inflicted on the country. In Finland, we have become accustomed to big and drastic changes in Russia. We have seen Russia developing from Tsarist time to Lenin, from Lenin to Stalin, from Stalin to Khrushchev and Brezhnev, and from them to Gorbachev and Yeltsin, and finally President Putin. We may now be on the threshold of the next revolution, but once again, uncertainty clouds our ability to correctly assess Russia's direction. Many of us might have held our breath in uncertainty when seeing Prigozhin's march towards Moscow in this summer. And of course, everybody was thinking what will happen if this guy will have the nuclear button after his march. Wagner may be in decline, but certainly still presents a security threat, and declaring it as a terrorist organization under the EU's terrorist sanctions seems to be the right thing to do. This would give more tools and help investigate the backgrounds and money trail of the organization, even if its leadership is gone for now. From the history, we know that changes in Russia can bring surprises. We might witness something completely different we expected, for better or for worse. On the other hand, change is not always fast in Russia. Russia's political and economic elite are personally dependent on President Putin and his regime. In the current Russian power vertical, to be someone in the society, you must have a relationship with the leadership. Your position and, if needed, life can always be taken away if deemed so. Therefore, it could just as well be that the current nationalist and imperialist trends will continue for years or decades to come. We should also prepare for worse scenarios. Although Ukraine seems to be now holding its own in the front and even succeeding in counter-offensives, it's possible that Russia will still gather its strength and with years of struggle will try to break Ukraine's resistance, assuming that the support of the West will weaken as times go by. Without a fundamental change in its resolve and actions, Russia could then continue on its current path of power, policy and the consolidation of its interests. Such an outcome would be the most dangerous for Europe. We should therefore be prepared for different outcomes. We can influence the desired future with our activities, above all through the European Union, NATO and other multilateral cooperation. We will support Ukraine as long as it takes to guarantee the country's independence, democracy, freedom and sovereignty. Dear friends, Europe's future and success is also influenced by other factors. Many of them have started before Russia's brutal attack, and the war strengthens or weakens them. The competition between the great powers for influence and resources is intensifying, which can be seen, for example, in the Pacific Ocean, Africa and the Arctic regions. In particular, the technology sector is getting more and more interest from the major powers. China is trying to secure the resources required for its rise and reach a position where other states must respect its interests. China has enormous resources in the long run, 1 billion population, the largest armed forces, huge energy and raw material reserves, and technological leadership in many fields. On the other hand, the challenges such as aging are huge. China's central problem is whether it can form powerful alliances globally and whether it can become prosperous before its population turns grey. China is also developing its nuclear military capabilities. At the same time, China and Russia are seeking their mutual roles. It's clear that Beijing does not need Moscow as much as Moscow needs Beijing. On the other hand, Russia is a convenient ally for China in challenging the United States. Whether a common foe is enough to fade away the imbalance between the two remains to be seen. The EU is strengthening its foreign and security policy in order to respond to the growing superpower competition. It means dismantling harmful strategic dependencies, moving away from Russian fossil energy and supporting Europe's own industry in terms of semiconductor production, for example. Enlargement is the next significant and historical decision we are facing, especially considering the Western Balkans. We have also seen the slight shift of the political, economic and cultural center of Eastern Europe towards Kyiv. The states of the former Soviet Union are seeking new room for maneuver and are aiming their carefully but perhaps patient gaze towards the West. The key question is whether we can credibly support these states. Afghanistan's instability can also fuel new security challenges. Dear friends, it saddens me somewhat that wars and conflicts take up so much time, energy and resources in a world where real problems are climate change, loss of biodiversity and growing global inequality. Climate change, combined with the deterioration of the environment and loss of biodiversity, is the most significant threat to all of us. Global warming is reaching 4 degrees. To change causes natural disasters and diseases, makes food production more difficult and causes massive waves of refugees. The world's population exceeded 8 billion last year. Growth is concentrated in Asia and Africa, and the birth rate in high-income countries is falling. Inequality in the world continues. The number of people living in extreme poverty has started to increase after a quarter of a century of positive development, and even now, 50 million people in 45 countries are severely malnourished. Residents of the poorest countries suffer the most from the effects of many overlapping crises. Unequal distribution of income within countries fuels instability, polarization, and different, even violent extremism, and accelerates global migration. We must do better. Europe must open up to a real dialogue with other continents and recognize the truly global nature of international politics. By strengthening the international rules-based system together, we are at the same time damning Russia's power policy. The expansion and possible activation of the BRICS alliance stems from the need to change the structures of multilateral cooperation to be more inclusive. In 2024, Russia will chair the BRICS alliance and will try to use it for its own purposes. In this new reality, we should not remain passive. Real dialogue also requires readiness for changes in, for example, the UN and the decision-making of international financial institutions. Lastly, I shall conclude my keynote by returning to Ukraine. Europe cannot get tired of the war. It's important that the EU maintains its unity and the desire to help Ukraine. Ukraine's cause is our cause. Their fight is our fight. We must stand with Ukraine as long as it's needed. The 8th EPF support package has been delayed. A longer interval between support decisions is a bad signal. Supporting Ukraine costs money, yes, but escalating is even more expensive and dangerous. If Russia gets the upper hand, it will feel that it will achieve all its goals with violence. That is why this autumn is important for the EU's credibility. Decisions on the new €50 billion support instrument for Ukraine and €20 billion additional funding for military material must be made as soon as possible. Supporting Ukraine is our global responsibility. We are defending the rules-based international system. By supporting Ukraine, Europe also defends its own social mode and values. Dear friends, lastly, the EU was born around coal, steel, and the idea of peace. It's a demonstration of how peace, no matter how dim or surrounded by fire and fury, will find a way to grow when given room and demanded. I hope our continental trauma has taught us something about how important it is to make a stand when it's still possible. To not act to defend peace and freedom now would simply be selfish towards future generations. Thank you.
The minister is willing to take a question or two. So if somebody would want to raise an issue, to ask a question, please use the microphone that you have in front of you and just say your name and where you're from. Where? Okay. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Thank you. My name is Merkel. I'm from Germany, from the Green Party. If you say the fight of the Ukraine is our fight, then I think we must be ready to go with boots on the ground.
At this moment, of course, the principle how we support Ukraine is based on the UN Charter. And the country which is attacked has the right to ask help from other countries. And this is what we are doing. We have done it, the military help, mainly through the EU mechanism, which allows, of course, then the national decision-making and the national delivery of the materials. And at the same time, of course, when sitting around the NATO table, we are defending the NATO countries and their defense, but NATO directly has not been attacked, as we know. How I'm assuming the coming months and unfortunately coming year or years to come is that we have to continue the material support to Ukraine, given the capability of Ukrainian army to fight back. I don't foresee a situation when we would have international troops on the ground in Ukraine until there probably is some UN peacekeeping or OSCE peacekeeping operation again back to Ukraine.
Thank you, Pekka. Any other, please, ma'am?
Thank you. Anita Senkpaic, Strategy Unit at the EAS. Sir, you mentioned the need to revitalize OSCE, and what is your vision of it?
OSCE. Well, I have to say that as a Finn, of course, I feel very proud of the history of the OSCE. I know that it was also sometimes criticized that it freezed the Cold War situation, somehow accepted the existing borders or the political leaderships also in the socialist countries and on the other side of the Iron Curtain, so to say. But at the same time, I can see that it took the issue of freedom of information and freedom of press and media as topical issues, which allowed, for example, the Helsinki groups to be established in many former socialist countries. So it had a seed for change, and this is the history of the organization. And I'm still thinking that the OSCE can have a seed of change when we look all its principles and those principles that has been adopted. Of course, I think the issue now is very much the question, what kind of security guarantees Ukraine will have when there hopefully one day is peace which protects the borders of the Ukraine? And can OSCE be part of that peace architecture, or will it be arrangements where Ukraine is member of EU, member of NATO, or will it be an arrangement where certain bigger powers are guaranteeing the security of Ukraine? I think all these concepts, of course, are at the table now. But when we are looking in Finland, the year 2025, of course, it was planned that it could be a big celebration of the good Helsinki spirit after 50 years, 50 years of Helsinki Final Act. We are not living, unfortunately, in that kind of Europe anymore. But of course, we can seriously look what kind of elements OSCE could use in supporting the peace. Of course, it's about the media freedom, it's about the free elections, it's about protecting the borders, it's about the peacekeeping operations or operations that are following agreements and so forth. It's also about the environment nowadays. So there are many components that could be used usefully. But of course, as many international organizations, it's a consensus organization, so it can be part of the peace architecture only when the consensus will remain there.
Thank you. And maybe one last question before we have the break. We're in the back row. Yes.
Okay, I think now you can hear me. Nemia Ali from Germany. I'm a stagiaire at the EAS. Thanks for your speech. My question would be, you mentioned that the question if Ukraine joins NATO or not is not about whether, but when. And my question would be, when is the appropriate time, according to you, to your opinion? And are there any preconditions that need to be met before that?
That's a good question. That when and the question about the timelining. I think the country that is in a war, like Ukraine, is currently under attack. Its task is to defend itself. But of course, if you think about the NATO membership and the duties of the other NATO member countries, I cannot see that a country that is in the middle of war could easily be a member of NATO. But I think the time when the time allows, when there's a peace and peace agreement, I think that would be the moment, of course, for joining. And when I'm looking for Ukraine's path towards European Union, I think we also have to maybe take this kind of decision step by step, how we can enhance our cooperation with Ukraine. What more can we do as European Union? Of course, we have now been doing things through the European Peace Facility and with many other ways, and of course taking refugees and so forth. But I think also on the EU we should look all possible tools, because the timeline also of the war is unknown to us, and we have to take steps also, including making the reconstruction planning and reconstruction in action in Ukraine before the war ends. For example, from the Finnish perspective, we have been very much looking to environmental reconstruction, the nuclear safety issues around the Zaporizhzhia and so forth. And I think international community has to be involved much before the war ends, and is already involved, as we know.
Thank you, Pekka. Thanks for taking the questions. Thanks for your keynote. And we now have a short break until 11:30. You can grab some snacks and some drinks outside. And then I would ask you to be back at 11:30 sharp for our second panel. See you in a bit.
If you could take your seats, I think we'll start in 1 minute. Thank you. Well, welcome everyone to this next panel. I'm Andrew Gray. I'm a senior correspondent at Reuters, based here in Brussels, covering European security, defence and diplomacy. In institutional terms, that means I cover both the EU and NATO. And in practical terms, it means I spend a lot of time on the number 12 bus, going from Schuman roundabout to the stop before Brussels airport. I'll be your moderator for this panel. Entitled Shaping a Multilateral World with Whom? In a moment, I'll briefly introduce the panelists and then I'll invite each of them to give an opening statement of around 5 minutes. We won't be too strict about that. Offer some reflections on the question posed in the title of the panel. And then we should have about an hour for debate and discussion. And as with the last excellent panel, we will try and allow some time for some questions from you from the audience before we close. So let me begin by introducing Ambassador Martin Kimani, Kenya's permanent representative to the United Nations. He was helpful enough to help me edit his biography. It's a very distinguished one. He took out some of the illustrious parts, but there's still a lot left, including that he was president of the Security Council in October 2021. He served as the Kenyan President's Special Envoy for Countering Violent Extremism, as the Director of Kenya's National Counter-Terrorism Centre, and he's President of the Executive Board of UNDP, UNOPS and UNFPA. And so, in many ways, ideally qualified to talk about our topic today. Equally qualified, Dr. Garima Mohan is a Senior Fellow in the Indo-Pacific Programme at the German Marshall Fund's Global Public Policy Institute. Her research focuses on Europe-India ties, EU foreign policy in Asia, and security in the Indo-Pacific. Before joining GMF, she was acting team leader and coordinator for the EU's Asia-Pacific Research and Advice Network, which supports EU policymakers on issues concerning the Asia-Pacific. Pierre Vimont, well known to many of you here, I'm sure, a senior fellow at Carnegie Europe, where his research focuses on the European neighbourhood policy, transatlantic relations and French foreign policy. During his 38-year diplomatic career with the French Foreign Service, he served as ambassador to the United States from 2007 to 2010. He was also ambassador to the European Union and chief of staff to 3 French foreign ministers. And he was also the first executive secretary general of the European External Action Service. And finally, last but definitely not least, Ambassador Romana Vlahutin is a visiting distinguished fellow for geostrategy at GMF. She served from 2019 to 2022 as Ambassador at Large and EU Special Envoy for Connectivity in the European External Action Service, where she spearheaded EU connectivity strategy and worked as the chief negotiator for the EU-Japan and EU-India connectivity partnerships. She's a Croatian career diplomat who has held senior positions in Washington, Belgrade, and at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in various international organisations and also within the Croatian Foreign Service. So thank you to all of you for joining us. Look forward to a lively discussion. Ambassador, I'd like to invite you first to give your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that invitation, and good morning to you all. Honourable Reinhard Bütikofer, thank you for this invitation. I have participated in many meetings where Europeans speak about African security, but with the exception of dealings in the Security Council, it is relatively rare for Africans to participate meaningfully in discussions on European security. And I think this invitation, this rare and welcome invitation, allows us to see one another more clearly and to recognize our common interests, and from that create a basis for forging stronger partnerships. And as most of you know, in fact, all of you know, we are at a historical juncture in the post-1945 order. The invasion of Ukraine by Russia has shattered the European security order. And I do not make this observation as a distant, uncaring observer, but with a deep concern about its global consequences. When Europe's security fabric tears, especially as we saw in the 20th century, it plunges the world into crisis, into catastrophic war, to be clear. Many thousands of Africans lost their lives during both world wars. And the broken Europe that emerged from World War II birthed the very foundations of the multilateralism that we are discussing here today. Right off the top, it is really essential to acknowledge and recall that colonial and imperial ambitions fueled the world wars. The League of Nations faltered and failed because of its tolerance of colonialism. And that was a lesson that the UN heeded when it embraced decolonization, and is a big reason why Kenya, within a week of gaining its independence, became a member of the UN, because we saw in the UN and multilateralism a promise of the protection of our freedom. So I want to propose to you that to build a global movement to rejuvenate our multilateral systems, we must again quash both explicit and implicit imperial tendencies. This endeavor should be universal, not just in Europe, but global, in Africa. Unlike in 1945, where there are no clear victors today, instead we're transitioning into a multipolar world of peer competitors with starkly different visions of the future. Notably, the dominant actors are permanent members of the UN Security Council, which, to put it mildly, complicates our efforts for more equitable representation on the multilateral table. Yet even as we endlessly discuss reform of the Security Council and fiddle with climate action as the world suffers from extreme weather events, the dynamism of the BRICS grouping stands in stark contrast. Its recent expansion, whatever the underlying differences between its members, is being embraced by many young Africans. They believe, rightly or wrongly, that it is the leading actor in revising the present global power order. That is not to say that the BRICS are in fundamental conflict with the UN. Nevertheless, I think I'm correct to think that if Europe is to be an important global actor, it should consider responding to the expansion and the underlying desire for change that it reflects. I would recommend that part of that response be on a critical issue that serves both as a warning and an opportunity for Europe, the crisis of states in Africa. The spate of coups that we've been seeing, running all the way from the Atlantic to the Indian Oceans, points to failures primarily of local elites, but also of an international political and economic system that is still influenced by colonial legacies. For Africa, it is imperative to uphold the constitutional norms enshrined in the African Union while fostering more competent and inclusive states. Europe should neither overlook this nor remain aloof. The economic liberation of Africa is both the closing chapter of its decolonization and, I believe, a cornerstone for rebuilding Europe as an indispensable global actor, particularly in regard to a continent that by 2050 will have the world's largest working age population. If Europe practically embraces my president's invitation to place Africa at the heart of climate action in terms of financing and innovation, it will be a key partner for Africa. If Europe also embraces the appetite by several African states for local value addition of exported minerals, it will offer itself as the most attractive global partner. My main message today is that we have an opportunity to partner in dismantling vestiges of empire and colonialism, both in Europe and in Africa. Our forebears managed this post-World War II, but our generation is now summoned to renew this effort. Europe can solidify its claim to autonomy and security by championing the economic sovereignty of African states. But first, if you may excuse me telling you this, you must be clearer on who you are as Europeans and what unique value you can give the world as a global actor. Only from that visionary and courageous leadership can your partnerships with Africa and the world be sufficient for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. Feel free. Okay, well, I think we could take, that statement alone as a great basis for discussion, but let's get some other perspectives first. Garima, all yours.
Thank you. Thank you very much, and thank you to Reinhard for putting me on a panel with 3 ambassadors and me and Andrew. So I'd like to contribute, following Ambassador Kimani here, who focused on Africa. I would like to talk about the Indo-Pacific, which is also a region I belong to, and have had the opportunity to work looking at both Europe and Indo-Pacific for the last decade. Before we go into this panel, I think it is important to acknowledge the background of the world and what's going on in the world, which is we are gearing up to the G20 summit, where 90% of the global economy and 70% of the world's population will be represented. This is also a platform where we are seeing in real time China-Russia alignment shaping up. We're seeing contestation over how Ukraine, the war in Ukraine is being perceived. And of course, a lot of global South countries renegotiating how multilateral platforms should work, should be constituted. I mean, there was references to this in the first panel. I think it's important to note that it's not just the Western way or the China way. There's a lot of agency, and a lot of other countries in the world are working towards different forms of representation, whether it is around climate, technology, digital public infrastructure, et cetera, et cetera. So the G20 would be an important moment to look at. And looking at, really reflecting on what happened in the first panel, I think it is important for Europe to do introspection, particularly post-Ukraine, but it's also important to not be isolationist. I think it's important to embed your policies in the larger global scenario, particularly what is going on in the Indo-Pacific, which is quite often ignored in European capitals. So if you ask me the question, who are Europe's partners on security? I would find it very hard to answer that beyond the transatlantic frame. The locus of power has shifted from the transatlantic to the Indo-Pacific. Has European policy shifted to reflect that change? I don't think so. I think one issue is that Europe has been looking at this particularly large region of the world through a China lens. Initially, the China is an opportunity lens, and now China is a problem lens. And it is changing. I think the difficulty of forming coalitions of support post-Ukraine led to a sort of wake-up call that we need to engage with this part of the world. There's also an understanding that dynamics in the Indo-Pacific, what happens in Taiwan or the South China Sea or the Indian Ocean or the Pacific Islands will have an impact on European security and prosperity. But to bridge that understanding to policy action, that is something that we've seen lacking a little bit. It's good for Europe that how we define security has now changed. So it's not about how many frigates you bring to the region, but it's also about economic security, of supply chains, of critical and emerging technology, infrastructure, and of course, conventional security challenges. But here I would say, for example, the United States approach to competition with China is very clear. It's building a network of partnerships, network of partners and allies, the lattice work structure of working with these different countries in the Indo-Pacific. What is the European approach is not very clear yet. How are we meeting these challenges in the region? Who are the countries we want to work with? What are the instruments we are using that are not, tired old FTA negotiations and, one maritime security dialogue here or there,
I think the nimbleness and the agility needed to deal with these challenges is missing, particularly in European policymaking. And I would like to take India as a case, which is a country I come from and I also work on. For Australia, for United States, Japan, a number of other countries in the region, as soon as they adopted the framing of the Indo-Pacific, India became a very important pillar that they needed to re-guide their policy towards. And it's not just in terms of defense equipment, it's also other forms of security cooperation, understanding the key position India occupies in the Indian Ocean region with other global south countries, given its population, its growth, and the potential role it can play in the region. Other countries have pivoted. The United States, for example, is working a lot with India on technology. Within the Quad, American companies investing in India for boosting semiconductor manufacturing, et cetera, a lot of these challenges, they found ways to work with countries in the region that are innovative, that perhaps deliver more than traditional institutions. And here I would like to mention the Quad as well, which includes, of course, the United States, India, Australia, and Japan. When I talk about the Quad here in Brussels, 4 years ago, 3 years ago, often the remark was, well, it's not going to last. It's going to die soon. I mean, what can you do? India is a weak link, et cetera, et cetera. To look at how that has developed today with an intense structure of working groups and perhaps one of the only groupings in the region that's actually delivering. What we see in the Indo-Pacific is a failure of traditional institutions or inability to deliver, and therefore countries going through these new routes, these trilaterals, quadrilaterals, minilateral groupings, which are not perfect by any means, but they are at least an attempt to find answers to complex questions and deliver in the region, because who has been delivering so far was mostly China, and all the other countries not so much. And I think a key problem is that when Europe approaches the region, it's either in reaction to US policy or it's in service of old instruments. Let's work for tired regional institutions which are already not doing much. Let's put our energies into getting dialogue partner status, I don't know, in IORA. I don't want to throw any institution under the bus. But I think also the idea that we want to work for multilaterals. Yes, work for multilaterals, it's an important, noble goal. But at the same time, have the flexibility to work with new coalitions. Who are your important partners in the region? How do you want to work with them? How do you want to bypass bureaucratic challenges that often come not only with the EU's bureaucracy, but also bureaucracies in the region? I think the Trade and Technology Council that the EU created with India holds great promise. That had the potential of being one such institution that deals with modern challenges around AI, around critical tech, in a way that circumvents bureaucratic structures. But it took about a year to get even one meeting to take place. And then when you speak to bureaucracies here in Brussels particularly, they complain about how difficult it is to work with India. Of course it's difficult. It's not, your mirror image. It's a different country, it's chaotic, it has its own bureaucracies, but at least, talk to your peer countries who are finding ways to work. I think it's an excuse to say country A, B, or C is difficult simply because they are not mirror images of what we are here. I think it's important to respect this diversity and then to take a step back and calibrate policy accordingly. So I think I'll conclude with two final points that panel one talked a lot about diversifying partners. Let's diversify our partners. But that is not simply a rhetorical device. How do you diversify? How do you work with new countries? It has to go beyond simply a list of EU's various partners in the Indo-Pacific. And second, I think we are making the mistake of looking at the Indo-Pacific simply through the lens of the China challenge. I think it should work in two parallel tracks, dealing with China on the one hand and building coalitions with partners on issue-specific areas on the other. These should go in parallel tracks. Your focus on China should not detract from your focus on India, from Japan, from Australia, because they're equally important. And I think there is a merit to the US approach in this, and it would be useful to perhaps take a look and not always react to it in the sense of, this is too much that is being asked of us, and it's the US-China competition is the dominant frame. It's often not. It's often an aggressive and assertive China, and there is agency of middle powers in the Indo-Pacific. They're not following blindly one bloc or the other. And I think it would be important to acknowledge as the EU begins to look for security partners around the world. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Pierre?
Thank you. Thank you, Andrew, and thank you, Renate, and all your team for inviting me to this very interesting conference. Being back in this room reminds me of the good old days when I was under scrutiny by yourself and many others. So I feel very much at ease today, not being questioned time and again. I'll try to be short because I can go on and can go along with much of what has been said by Ambassador Kimani and Garima, and I would maybe more than anything else try to complement, to add to what has been said with 2 or 3 points mostly. The first one, when we're talking about a new world order, let's be precise about what this is all about. What it is all about, in my opinion, is that more and more countries are asking to have a say and to have their voice heard in the multilateral system. They're not asking for a change of the rules or maybe the principles, let's put it that way. I always find it quite interesting to see that many of these countries which are contesting, for instance, the dominance of the Western countries, are not asking for a revision of the UN Charter or the Human Rights Declaration. Even China, at least, is ambiguous about this. And more than anything else, they have found a way of increasing their presence and the influence in the UN system. They're very happy with it. They know how to deal with that. It may be different with Russia, but China has its own way of getting its influence heard in the UN system. So it's more about, and this is what we hear more and more, about new powers, new regional or global powers around the world, asking for a permanent seat on the UN Security Council, more votes in the World Bank or the IMF. This is really what it's all about. And here again, just a small parenthesis, but it's quite interesting to see that those countries which are at the moment have been rather reluctant to open the UN Security Council membership to other countries have been mostly Russia and China. The US has changed its position last year. France and Britain, maybe for their own self-interest, have understood for a long time that they had to be open on that attitude because otherwise they're the ones who are going to be thrown out of the Security Council. So it's interesting to see that the debate about the New World Order is maybe much more complex than we usually think. That's the first point I wanted to say. Second point, if we agree that it is about allowing countries to have their say and to have their voice heard, what can Europe do? What can the European Union do in that context? I think, first of all, it's a huge opportunity for Europe. A possibility for Europe to play a major role on the world scene and to do it according precisely to its principle and its values as it has been pushing them for many, many years. And I think that's really what it's interesting about. But then the second point, we have to know where our priorities are. And in that sense, for me, looking at how to change multilateralism and the world order is mostly about how can we reach out to the global south. I know that this notion is being contested a lot, but it seems to me that if Europe wants to play a part in the current competition between US and China, they won't have much leverage to make a difference there. If we want to play a role in the ongoing infighting between Ukraine and Russia, let's be honest, Russia is not looking at the EU to solve that issue. It's looking at the US. It's about the US, it's about NATO. It's not about the European Union. Let's be realistic about this. So our real opportunity is much more with the global south. It's about how to find ways of revisiting, rekindling our relationship with countries from the global south. And there it seems to me that the way we're doing it at the moment is wrong, because the three main points of entry in our relationship with the global south today is mostly the Ukrainian war, trying to convince African countries or Asian countries or Latin American countries that this is a colonial war, where all these third countries don't see it like that. They see it mostly as a European war, a war that we must find a solution to on our own. And I think that's important. The second one, certainly with the African country, a little bit also with Middle East country, is migration. And here again, it's so self-centered to go to see all these countries and to try to convince them to control their migration flow because it's in our own interest, seems to me the wrong way of entering into that kind of discussion. And a third way of discussing with African countries, for instance, or other countries, is about democracy. And this is a way of trying to impose our own democratic model to all these countries when they have maybe another vision of what democracy is about. At the end of the day, what is coming out of the points I was making here is that Europe is very much a prescriptive actor to the global south, delivering a homemade model, homemade solution to those countries without very much listening to them, being rather arrogant intellectually and otherwise, condescending also, and always lecturing them. And I think at the end of the day, our new relationship with Global South, as I see it, has to be one where we are more listening to them, paying more respect to them, and in my opinion, more than anything else, not coming with a sort of top-down process and top-down solution, but much more bottom-up. This is why I think something like the ongoing conference on climate change in Kenya, I'm not saying this because Ambassador Kimani is here, but I think that's the right way to proceed. Rather than going and seeing their country and explaining them that we have invented this great carbon tax at our border, that is going to put their own trade interest in rather strong difficulties. And we're slowly discovering that after having invented that new, as we call it, border adjustment mechanism, this may have some fallouts that are already prejudicial to many of these countries, and that maybe we should start thinking about this also, once again, looking at the bottom-up approach rather than the top-down. But this is coming too late. This is just showing once again how much this place is living in its own bubble, too much self-centered, and not able to understand what the our other partners are thinking about. So let's be honest. We have to change our mindset on all this attitude, and it's rather complicated one. And that brings me maybe to my last point, because I wanted to take up what Ambassador Kimani was saying about colonialism and the whole colonial phenomenon, that if you think about it, Europe, the European Union, has never really addressed. Look back at 1958. The Rome Treaty, and the way we were addressing either the still colonial territories of France, Algeria, who was part of the Rome Treaty at the time, or the way we were looking at the former colonies that just had reached their independence. The whole problem was already there. It was built in our institution, in the way we were looking at the kind of association agreement we would have with these countries, Lomé, Cotonou, etc., our relations with the African, Caribbean, and Pacific countries. It had a lot of memories of our colonial time and the way we were looking at those former dependencies with regard to the kind of new policy we wanted to have with them. And I think if we're not able to look back at the past and see how this, right from the beginning, went perhaps in the wrong direction, we will never be able to solve this kind of mindset we're facing at the moment. That doesn't mean that we have to find ways, very practical ways, of starting to work with those southern partners in a different way, as I was saying. I could find, but I think maybe during the discussion we could discuss this, many ways for the EU institution or the External Action Service to have a more outward-looking attitude towards these countries. But I think this is the moment where we need to really change our attitude. And once again, let's be clear with our priority. These are our partners with whom we can really make a difference. And through that way, find the kind of agency we were talking in the previous panel on where Europe could find maybe a new face and a new agency on the international scene. I'll stop there, Andrew.
Thank you very much, Pierre. Romana.
Thanks a lot. First and foremost, I want to thank you, Mr. Bütikofer, and colleagues who have gathered us here. I really hope that discussions like this are going to become much more common, especially before the next European elections and before the creation of the next set of institutions, institutional leadership, because this is it's a pivotal issue. It's a pivotal issue for Europe. And I will keep on along this introspection line. I think it's important for us who are from the EU here to try to do a bit of a deep dive on where we are and, as Ambassador Kimani said, who we are and what unique value do we bring. The title of our panel is quite interesting. It says, Shaping a Multilateral World with Whom? It presumes, in a way, that European Union is in a driving seat, or at least a co-driving seat, and that we get to pick the passengers. I'm not sure that it's either. It is really important before we go into discussion on with whom to understand what and how. I fully agree with a number of colleagues who have already mentioned it, so I will just repeat because I'm also the last one speaking this morning. I think it's much more useful to talk at the moment of multilateral parallelism, as Catherine said. We have entered a time of multiple mini-multilaterals, some based on values, some based on interests, and there will be a lot of switching there. European Union is not good in hedging. It's not good in hedging for different reasons. One thing that might require a whole another discussion is our fixation on the narrative of value-based foreign policy. There is a catch with that, because it also would require you to exercise those values 24/7, 365 days a year. The question is whether it's realistic and is it something that is it's even doable. I fully agree with Sven, there has to be a clear red line, but we have to be able to have some maneuvering space on how we approach different type of partners.
The second issue, also now mentioned, and Pierre had a wonderful explanation, we have to get much better in understanding the agency of the others. And we really have to focus on along the north-south route. We have to try and understand and maybe start with supporting, as you said, countries from the South to get the meaningful voice when it comes to the reform of the UN Security Council. Why are we not leading that discussion on the reform of the UN Security Council? The drawing rights in the World Bank, why are we not leading that? Why are we not trying to create some trust with the countries that we want to be our partners? The second issue is, what is our offer? There are three essential issues today. One is climate change, second is technology, and the third is demographics. Demographics directly linked with human security. The average age in Africa is 18. The average age in European Union is 44.4. The average age in Southeast Asia is 23. The average age in European Union is 44.4. This is probably the most consequential discussion we need to have with partners both in Africa and Southeast Asia on how to create a new model of interdependency, if you wish, that would work both ways. Sven proposed the idea that global gateway is an answer. I hope he's right. I am holding my breath. I'm holding my breath, although I worked for a number of years pushing this agenda forward. And one of the main misunderstandings, apart from, the initial attempts to explain that infrastructure is a security issue, that infrastructure is a foreign policy issue, etc., is a proposition that what we need to offer to the countries in the South is not giving them assistance, but really co-creating a new system of value chains. Because the way they need us, we need them. There is really an equal need for the exchange of different things that we have to offer. Unfortunately, this, I think, clear political thinking at the moment when it was supposed to translate into institutional thinking, just went down the institutional line and basically got a stamp of development policy. Well, this is not development. This is strategic investment. And in strategic investment, model is different than in development. In strategic investment, your partner has agency, you have agency, your partner has interest, you have interest. This is what I think, and Ambassador Kimani can comment later on, but I think this is what our partners are asking us for. They're not asking us for assistance. They're asking us for equality in interests. And the third thing is, now fully on introspection, what is our capacity to deliver on foreign and security policy in a strategic way? What I think is, when you look at the numbers and positions, etc., EU has a lot of capabilities, but I don't think it has a capacity. And this is something that we need to understand what is lacking there and how to overcome this. There is an idea around that qualified majority vote would be a panacea. I don't think so. And I don't think it's coming any soon. What we have is an identity problem, because European Union was not created to be a power, or has practiced to be a status quo power. And we have a structural problem on really our capacity to foresight, our capacity to analyze, our capacity to understand what is going on. We have been, I have to say, very lucky that we have a Commission President who is not afraid of making decisions. But European Union cannot depend on luck. We have to have structures that are capable of defending, of defining, understanding, detecting things at the very core. In the last, I don't know, year, I don't know how many times I've heard words like rude awakening, oh, we were naive, etc. This is not terminology that is used in responsible statecraft. Not to be naive is your job. So we have to be able to do something about our collective capacity to again, understand and predict what is going on. We have a chance. There will be new set of people in the institutions. I would also pose a question whether we need a reform of the institutions in a way. Is EIS really a shop that delivers this analytical piece? Or do we need a European Security Council? Do we need something that will be sharp and quick and that will start discussion on the foreign policy at the very early stage? What is happening now is basically the negotiations are at the Coreper level. It's too far. You have to do it. You have to do it further down. We also, I think, need to be far more inclusive of all Europeans in the European Union. The last time I checked, there are, for example, 19 top positions in the EIS, so from the managing director up. 19, not a single one from Central and Eastern Europe. At the moment of a major war on our eastern border. So we have to think we have to be quick in that thinking as well to create reform and get institutions that are fit for the reality. I believe that the world needs European Union, but world needs effective European Union. And I hope that with discussions like this and many more, we will be able to come up with some ideas and solutions and novelties for the next round of legislation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A really stimulating, interesting opening round of discussion there. And I was just quite struck that even though you're coming from quite different perspectives in some cases, looking at different regions of the world, there was a lot of overlap in terms of perhaps diagnosis of some of the problems. And I wonder, given that and some of the themes that we heard about was perhaps too much introspection without it really leading anywhere, perhaps a sense of talking down to the rest of the world instead of treating other partners as equals. And so I wonder if we might try and move a little bit to a prescription, having kind of got to that diagnosis. And Ambassador, I wanted to come back to you and pick up on a couple of your points where you said it was very important the European Union figured out who it is and what its offer is when it's building multilateral alliances. What advice would you give? What is the potential offer that the European Union could make to your country, to others, to make it a more appealing partner?
Thank you for that. Believe me, we all have a lot to do to better understand ourselves and the extent to which we're willing to live practically on our values. So the challenge I made to Europe is a similar challenge we have in Africa. How do we defend constitutional order against coups d'etats, for instance, in a way that resists our defense of those coups being a defense of authoritarian leaders who manipulate constitutions to stay on in power? And how do we defend that constitutional order in a way that does not further the sort of, for lack of a better word, neo-colonial designs of certain states in Africa? This is our big difficulty. But if Europe, I think, wants to meet with us as we attempt to have greater clarity as Africa, it's going to have to be, I think, in the economic realm. We in Africa are still living on economic arrangements that we have run for 50 years. Largely speaking, they've not been a complete failure, but they're certainly not sufficient for the moment, given the expectations of our people. Young Africans are simply not willing to be consigned to lives of draining, crushing poverty, while being told about the way the world is the way it is today, and you have to shift and change yourself if you're to get better. No, everyone now knows that the economic arrangements we have are not sufficient globally. And so in terms of climate action, Europe is an aggressive and ambitious actor on climate action. How much will your ambition be in partnership with Africa, or will it be counter Africa's economic interests? And I tried to link really Europe's desire to free itself of the imperial tendencies that are ongoing in Ukraine. And I tried to link that with Africa's aspirations to also be free of colonial ghosts. And unless Europe understands that about Africa, and especially about young Africans, it'll be very difficult to rally the kind of solidarity you want from Africans. These two are linked. We have to overcome the colonial moment together.
Just to quickly follow up, how could Europe go about doing that? Because it's certainly something that we've heard, and something I think it's interesting. We talked about the cliche, Romana mentioned it, that so much was a wake-up call for the European Union. Of course, the way to avoid a wake-up call is not to be asleep in the first place. So now that Europe has been woken up a little bit to things that perhaps it should have been aware of, how can it demonstrate in practical terms, perhaps also in terms of political gestures, that it's actually serious about drawing a line and understands that is still a huge ongoing concern in Africa, whereas I think obviously a lot of Europeans, for them, treat that as kind of ancient history or belongs to the past. How can they show that they actually understand that and taking it seriously?
In a sentence, the canary in that coal mine will just be the value addition of African minerals in Africa and the investment that takes. If that happens, it will be the starkest, clearest example of Europe changing the way the rest of the world relates to Africa. Not just Europe, but the Asian countries, North America. If Europe makes that stance, it will immediately, I believe, be the leading partner for many, many African countries.
Thank you very much. Garima, I wanted to come back to you. You talked a bit about minilateralism, about the Quad as an organization that's actually delivering. I wonder if you could tell us a bit more about that and what you see as the pros and cons of those smaller multilateral alliances. We talked about multilateral parallelism earlier. Obviously, in some senses, you say these smaller alliances can deliver. By their very nature, they're smaller, they involve less consensus building. But what are the risks as well that go along with them, and how should the European Union perhaps seek to counter them?
So when we look at the institutional landscape of the Indo-Pacific, we see that there are very few working institutions. It's very sparse institutionally. And with China's increasing presence in the region, that sort of created interlinked challenges of economic security, conventional security, climate-related issues, but which do have strategic impact. it became very clear that the existing institutions were not in a position to provide working solutions or to even tackle these challenges. And I think it's been a very interesting innovation to see in the region that has come from middle powers. It hasn't come from the United States. It's not led by China. It's come from middle powers. The idea of the Quad started with Japan. The idea of the Indo-Pacific started with ASEAN, and then, of course, was picked up by Australia, India, later even ASEAN. And I think that innovation is very interesting to look at. Of course, it has its pros and cons, but the European approach to this has always been, we don't know how to deal with these institutions because they don't have a secretariat. I think the institutions are, and it's such at the heart of Europe, that it's almost beyond our imagination to work in these sort of flexible formats. And it's not to say that these are perfect or they are providing durable long-term alternative structures, but it's been very interesting for India, that is not a treaty ally of the United States, that doesn't believe in alliances, that has a tradition of independent foreign policy, to then be part of a grouping like the Quad and find that its interests are met, that it is able to build coalitions on particular issues. I think this is issue-based coalitions. That's the key. Whereas other institutions sort of would deal with a whole panoply of challenges. These are where these countries agree on certain issues, and therefore consensus building becomes easier. I think it remains to be seen, because there's also a France, India, Australia trilat, India, Australia, Japan trilat. Quite a few of these configurations, but they were needed precisely because the existing structures were not working. And I think it would be a challenge for Europe to plug into these, even given the constraints that I've mentioned, that it's hard for Europe to imagine a world with no secretariat. But I think it is crucial to understand and find ways. Member states have certainly done that. I mean, France is one leading example of that. So I think it is an interesting innovation which we shouldn't dismiss because we are not used to these things. And then suddenly something big will happen and we'll wake up. For example, the BRICS expansion, which has come as to echo what Romana was saying, a rude awakening to Europe, where it was like, oh, we have sort of lost influence in space and we didn't see this coming. And it's a major part of the world this development is happening and we didn't know how to respond to it. I think that awareness sort of shows how we focus so much on the transatlantic that we've sort of forgotten that the rest of the world exists.
Just to follow up on that, Pierre, perhaps interesting that Garima there mentioned that some individual member states are having more success in dealing with these new structures than the EU as a whole. In a sense, does this mean, and you know, you're obviously there at the beginning of the EEAS, and there's been talk about how it needs to become more nimble. How does you know, a big multilateral organisation like the EU engage with these smaller and more nimble organisations? And is there a danger that if it can't, that the power, you know, even more then ends up with the member states rather than the EU as a whole?
There is a risk, and we can see it in this conversation, that as always, when we start discussing our partnership with foreign countries, we end up discussing internal problems and how to reform and revise our institutions. And this is the great game in Brussels. That's the way we always do it. I was just reminded, and I think it's an interesting feature that we have tended to forget, but that is very useful for our conversation. Just at the start of the External Action Service, I think it was even in December 2010, even before we had really launched officially the service, in the aftermath of the Lisbon Treaty, we went to the UN General Assembly to ask for for the Assembly, the General Assembly, to grant a status of observer to the European Union. And because we had a legal identity, personality for the Union. And of course, we were certain that we would get the vote, and we didn't get it. Because of a large amount of abstention and a few negative votes, it was rejected. And it took us 6 months, right, the first 6 months of the External Action Service, to go back to each and every one of our partners. May I remind you that most of them were part of the ACP agreement, and we told them, how come? We're negotiating together, we're great friends, how come? And what we heard then, once again, 2011, 12 years ago, was exactly the kind of criticism we are all making on this panel this morning. Have we learned anything from this? I'm not entirely sure. And I think that's really the question we should ask ourselves. Now, coming back to your point, it seems to me that you're right at the heart of the whole problem of European foreign policy, is that I don't think all member states, and I'm not only thinking of my own, because my own thinks of itself as an important diplomatic player on the world scene and therefore must work on its own, but many other member states are exactly in the same position, is that haven't taken on board the idea that if we have now a common foreign and security policy, that steers some obligation. Not only of solidarity, but of working together. And if we really want to have an impact, an agency on the world scene, then it's better to be 27 than just to work on your own. I don't think that very simple idea has gone through and has percolated into the minds of all member states. Think about the debate about the qualified majority voting that we were alluding to. I think it was you, Romana, who alluded to a few minutes ago. The fact that, by the way, it's already there in the treaty if we want to use it with the passerelle clauses means a lot. It's not because member states have agreed to put a certain type of provision in the treaty that they're going to use it. And I think that's the real issue we're facing at the moment if we want to be more nimble, is that at some point we have to accept the fact that the European Union must be a player in the world order with equal power, with equal creativity, with equal nimbleness or agility as a member state. And that is certainly not the case today.
How do you get there if it hasn't embedded so far? What could be done to kind of make that leap? Because obviously you're talking about countries' national sovereignty, they guard it pretty jealously.
My point from the beginning has been a very simple one. It won't come from member states. It has to come from this place, the European Parliament, the EAS itself. They have to show a little bit of courage, political courage, audacity, take initiatives, and show to the member states that they can bring a real added value to what they are doing. As long as we're not ready to take that step, and it's a risky step, we won't go very far. But here again, if you allow me, as a rather old diplomat, to give you some of my memories, very early on, there was this kind of discussion among foreign ministers and the then High Representative, and one of the member state foreign minister who was there told her, Cathy, you have to jump from time to time into cold water, take the risk. We will all criticize you publicly, but this is what you should do because this is what is expected from the External Action Service and the High Representative.
Thank you. Romana, I wanted to come back to you, and perhaps if we come back to the question and also try to find a note of optimism here and that particular question of with whom. If, as the European Union looks out at the moment, do you see any particular regions or countries with whom it is best placed to develop more multilateral partnerships? Is there anywhere that looks particularly promising?
Thanks. If I may just comment on, so I have personal experience from working with member states as a representative of EU institutions on the ground when I was ambassador and here in Brussels. And I have to say, when you do your work and explain what is in there for them, there is no greater strength than the sum of member states. And that is something that, unfortunately, I think has not been, in a way, utilized enough. Because it also has a very important then domestic political effect. People like strength. It's something that they want to see, that we have, that we are capable, that we are not humiliated, that we can do things, etc. So I really believe that this dynamics that is on Schuman, where one institution is here, the other is there, and then member states are here, is just a waste of time and energy, because the waste of time and energy we cannot afford. I was always quite shocked when I came into the institutions to find the phrase EU and member states. I mean, EU are member states. So this is something where I think there is much more that can be done and should be done. With who do we partner? Oh, there are very many people in this world who would want to partner with European Union, but effective European Union. So it's again, unfortunately, back to us, because in many discussions in Asia, in Central Asia, with colleagues from Africa, from our immediate neighborhood, etc., there are many who use the word, with the European Union, we feel comfortable. It's European Union is not putting you in a position to choose from this and that, etc. So we can provide that sort of a comfort zone, if you wish, and create and forge partnerships. But we have to offer something really concrete and real. Narratives are just, we're shooting ourselves into the foot with too much talking. I think is important to first deliver and then maybe comment on what you have delivered in a way. But it's really important to understand that's what I learned, to understand the agency. And I learned it, I have to say, through my discussions in India. Because I went to India with some pre-ideas on where, for example, India is failing on environmental issues. And then I understood much better once I had the chance to discuss things there. So again, it's about us. It's about us and for us to be able to have this capacity to be credible.
Irina, I think you wanted to come in.
Yeah, just to inject a note of optimism, I do think that member states agree that there is strength in them working as a combined actor, particularly when it comes to foreign policy. When we think of the EU's Indo-Pacific strategy and shepherding it, of course, France, Germany, Netherlands played a very important role. They will have to work together if the idea of combined maritime presence in this far-off region is to actually work. Of course, there are then examples like Germany that chose to send frigate Bayern without coordinating with any member state. But we also see instances of, for example, the UK working well with these countries on particularly Indo-Pacific areas where it's far away, and you know that for power projection, working together as the EU or even Europe at large would be useful. So I don't think that we should sort of give up on this idea or that it's not working at all.
Yeah, I did think of touching on the issue of the UK. If you're looking to build, multilateral alliances, you do have a a reasonably like-minded country actually very close at hand, but that's a whole other can of worms. And of course, that country decided not to be part of the EU anymore. So perhaps we'll set that aside, although I do think it's an interesting one to ponder. I wanted to come back to the ambassador and perhaps zoom out as we get to the end of our conversation. In a sense, you're in what should be kind of the engine room of multilateralism, the United Nations. You've presided over the Security Council. Obviously, things are very difficult at the moment, to put it mildly, because primarily of Russia's war in Ukraine. Do you see any prospect of ways to kind of free things up, to get that system working better again? Or, what do you see in terms of the prospects of reform of the Security Council and others? Are we really just stuck for as long as at least Russia, maintains its current stance?
You're asking me for rays of hope. Look, they're in short supply, unfortunately. The UN is struggling. If you look at the exit of the mission in Mali, the transition in the mission in DRC, the kicking out of high-level UN officials from multiple countries in Africa, the spate of coups where the UN is trying to support the African Union's position, but itself does not appear to have an answer. So I think the UN is struggling. In a few short days, we're going to be discussing the SDG summit. And of course, our conclusion is going to be that we're all extremely behind on the SDGs. And some have even reversed position. Then there's going to be a proposal. There's a proposal to have an SDG stimulus. That's not going well, even though I think Europe is trying very much to do some lifting. So the UN, frankly, is in some level of trouble, and it needs the member states to revitalize it. And I think the Europeans and the Africans need to come together more in terms of revitalizing that body. In a way, I think sometimes we're the victims of our own huge ambitions. So when we lay out the SDGs, we're going all out and we're going to change the world by 2030. Maybe that was always a bit of a stretch, even given the most generous interpretation. So I think we're going to need to come back and reduce some areas. And to just finish, the practical reforms I think we need to rethink peacekeeping and peace enforcement. We're going to have to change how that system works. We're going to need to change. It was an innovation in the 1950s and 60s. Well, we need to innovate again, because as it is, it's not working. And when the UN cannot deliver on peace and security, forgetting the veto in the Security Council on the Ukraine invasion, when the UN cannot deliver on peace and security, no other area of its work has the energy it requires. So if you think of a UN, they say, oh, the UN is very successful in development, but not in peace and security. You immediately understand that there can be no such version of an effective UN. So we have to get back to peace and security and reform peacekeeping and perhaps the way political missions work. And I personally think begin to revitalize leadership of political missions in the UN and major UN institutions to be more inclusive of non-Western countries.
Thank you very much. I think we just have a few minutes left. If anybody has any questions. Okay, people are going to think I've gone for favouritism by choosing another red-headed journalist, but I say moderator's privilege. Finbar, go ahead.
Thanks. Finbar Birmingham with the South China Morning Post. I think one of the takeaways from the panel is there's a bit of an identity crisis of Europe being caught between the worlds of development and sort of new geopolitical thinking. I think Ambassador Vlahuten intimated that the Global Gateway is almost like an embodiment of this tug of war. And I wonder from the other panelists, particularly Ambassador Kimani, I'd be keen to get your thoughts on whether do you think Europe is ready to step beyond that, debate of whether development, is it a development provider or is it something that's ready to step up to the plate and provide the sort of assistance that you mentioned around, say, minerals and mining and so on? And do you see Global Gateway as a valid vehicle for doing this?
Well, I think Romana really put it really well. The EU delegation in any number of countries, including Kenya, is a major development actor. So much of how we experience the EU is in the development realm. That is not in question. There's more to be done, but really what is missing is the EU as a strategic actor on the global stage, so that the development, the shortfalls of infrastructure we have, the aspirations to climate action that produces jobs for young Africans is not just development, but rather is part of an EU addressing the strategic challenges that we are going through and doing so confidently and assertively as the EU. And when that happens, it'll allow us to feel that we are partnered with a partner who is there for what is going to be a long and difficult haul for us to get to our aspirations. I think that door is open for Europe. It's just a question of Europe wanting to walk through that door.
Does anyone else want to chime in on that? We'll take another question from Catherine.
So, first of all, I thought this was an excellent panel because the whole component about delivery and credibility, and all four of you have nodded that together beautifully. But since I have representatives of India and Africa on the stage, and we were talking about the coexistence of different types of multilateralism, there is one cross-cutting thing that puts these sort of ideas of multilateralism in conflict, and that's de-dollarization. Because that seems to be, depending on where you sit and read that, a pretty aggressive stance against a multilateral architecture that framed the 70-plus year peace order, and a pretty aggressive step. And the way that it was initially read is that you're going to have an accelerated move by August 1. We're not there yet, et cetera. But how do you read, both of you, and interpret the efforts on de-dollarization and whether or not that is a backdoor or maybe overt attack on American-led multilateral order as it still exists, if it does?
Rima, do you want to go first on that one?
Well, it's not my area of expertise, but I think I'll take a shot at the second part of your question. Is it an attack at the American-led order? I think the response of countries like India has to be understood with different nuances. Within certain groupings, yes, I mean, it is sort of talking about alternate structures, looking for alternate solutions, BRICS, the India-Russia arrangements that it had for buying oil and gas, and also within SCO, etc. But at the same time, the strongest strategic partnership India has today globally is with the United States. India is signing up to a number of US-led initiatives, pushing the boundaries of its own foreign policy, the Quad being one, but also Prime Minister Modi's recent visit to DC the US offered certain privileges that are only given to allies and not to partners. And I think there are a number of ways where it is signing up to a the US vision of the world order. I wouldn't say US-led because Indian foreign policy is really deeply embedded in the idea of multipolarity, several poles, and it will continue to work with other partners. But the way that it is sort of shifting towards, and when it comes to the US's approach of competing with China, India is more on board than Europe is. We hear less complaints about the US-led approach. In fact, there's a demand for more United States in the region and not less. So there are all these sort of contradictions that exist in policy, and it's hard to take one area, one initiative, and then make a generalization of where India stands. And I think it's not just India, there's several other countries that are in the same boat. And so I think the sort of doom and gloom about the collapse of a US-led order is exaggerated, and there are many realists in India who will tell you that that is the order they are gravitating towards and is better for them and the goals they have in terms of foreign policy.
I think de-dollarization is easier to speak about than to achieve. The dollar's dominant role is not merely because of policymakers in Washington, but really is a reflection of the strength of the American economy and the place that it has taken in terms of being a net importer and with its large capital market. So that's not going to change. So the appetite for de-dollarization rises when you're short of dollars. Right? And so countries that are having difficult fiscal situations today and are asking to pay lower interest rates to service their debt, pick up the de-dollarization signal, really to signal the need for a change in global financial architecture. So the issue is not so much the dollar, is what kind of deal am I getting out of the system. So I would take the majority of countries, especially in Africa, that speak about de-dollarization to really be reflecting difficult fiscal circumstances. Then, of course, there's the weaponization of the financial system to shape geopolitical outcomes. And that is something that every country that is other than the United States is very conscious of their vulnerability to that. Whatever the justifications Washington makes, whether good or bad, from Europe, European countries to Kenya, we're all exposed to the particular risk of how sanctions will affect our companies and our businesses. So I think, again, that is part of the reason why a stronger, more independent Europe is so important for the global order, because the way Europe deals with the weaponization of the dollar can offer a guide and perhaps forms of partnership with other countries that may on their own not be able to do the same. Now, here I'm not talking about the justifications. They could be quite positive or negative from Washington. It's just how we deal with them.
Thank you. I think I might get away with, we're just over time, so maybe one final question if anyone has it. Otherwise, we can wrap up. I'll go on in the center here. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Alice Privy. I'm a climate justice and peace coordinator for an NGO called Quakers Council for European Affairs. And I was very interested in the Ambassador Skimani perspective on the rethinking peacekeeping and peace enforcement. I was also wondering what could be the position of the EU, if it is still a credible actor for to lead peace discussion, considering the current context. Thank you.
Perhaps, Ambassador, perhaps you maybe could say a few words about how peacekeeping, in your view, needs to change, and then if others want to chime in on whether the European Union might be able to contribute positively to that.
No, at risk of talking too much, I'll talk to you on the side about it. I have a whole lot to say about it. But what I would like maybe to challenge my fellow panelists, especially the European ones, is Kenya has offered to contribute forces to Haiti. How does that look from Brussels? What does Brussels see as its position, as its role in a potential mission to stabilize Haiti and try and remove the stranglehold of the gangs from the lives of millions of people?
Perhaps I'll ask Pierre, as someone who I think is still quite plugged into EU institutions, although he's no longer officially part of them.
I can certainly come in very quickly, but I fear that I will not give you a lot of optimism on this, because we have been going through this whole issue of peacekeeping between the EU and the UN. You know, EU and UN have a very good partnership. We try to work together in the best way possible, and Ambassador knows that very well. There is usually in the whole process, the whole peacekeeping process of the UN, a gap between the moment when a resolution has been passed in the Security Council and the time when the gathering of a peacekeeping force has come to fruition. In other words, you need something like 6 or 8 months to try to get the right troops from the different member states. And therefore, there was a point. This issue was put to us by the UN peacekeeping force, peacekeeping department, saying, could this gap be filled in by the EU with its famous battle groups that Sven has been talking about a few minutes ago? Well, you talk a lot about this. Why don't you use it? And this discussion went nowhere. Because the European member states were not all that keen about moving into areas, into places where usually there is a real danger there. And time and again you come back to that kind of reality. And I think if we want to make this kind of debate about multilateralism move ahead, we have to have a kind of constant reality check about what multilateralism means at the end of the day. You know, we were underlining the fact that at the moment the UN seems stuck because of Russia and Chinese opposition on Ukraine, for instance. But let's be honest, this has always been the case. Since its origin, the UN, because of the Cold War, has been stuck in a direct confrontation between the US and the Soviet Union, and out of this came very little results. Why? Because multilateralism at the end of the day is a cover-up for a battle of influence between big powers. It has always been the case, and it will remain the case. And if not able to consider the multilateral system as this kind of infighting between global powers or even new powers coming into the play, we will not understand what is at stake, what is at the center of all of this. And if we don't take that on board to think about how to revisit, rekindle multilateralism, I fear we will go nowhere. So I want to be optimistic and hope that as we go on, diplomats will start looking at multilateralism with this new way of looking at it, because that's the only way to move forward.
Okay, I think perhaps we'll end on that note. I want to thank all of our panelists for an excellent discussion, and thanks to you for taking part. Thank you.
Well, that was great, but the first panel was great also, and Pekka was great. So I'm really overwhelmed. I think we have enjoyed such a rich half day, and I really feel enlightened, and I'm sure many of you will also. So again, thanks to all the people who contributed. We foresaw that my friend and colleague Ernest Urtasun from Spain would make a few concluding remarks. Unfortunately, he can't because he's negotiating over the next government of Spain. And as you will all know, there's some very difficult negotiations with people residing in Belgium at the time. So it falls upon me to make such remarks, and I want to start by stating what has become so obvious during these few hours. What we see as a challenge to Europe, because it undermines, threatens, puts into question the order that we had grown accustomed to, is the undermining of a reality that has never looked like much of an order to many other parts of the globe, has rather looked like chaos or maybe even oppression. And the change that we have to cope with as Europeans is also driven by the desire of some of the other actors to change in order to benefit more from the international system. And when we look at what we just saw with BRICS and some other developments, I think we cannot ignore how powerful that ambition is. And I think we can be happy that we did not make the mistake today of looking at all of this through the lens of either China baiting or China accommodating. But obviously, what China, at least in my mind, what China does is that they understand well the need for change, and they offer themselves as the agent of change, and they basically tell other countries, look, we're breaking the ceiling, and we're not breaking it just for ourselves, but for everybody. Once we rise, you can rise in the wake. And I believe that we as Europeans have to understand that if we are just sitting back and defending, trying to defend what we used to enjoy and not understand how we have to partner, then we're not providing a satisfactory answer. And people might go for other options. So, second point, I think indeed we need to rejuvenate multilateralism, or as Pierre put it, to rekindle multilateralism. I'm not saying we're in the driver's seat and we should claim to pick other fellow travelers, but I would claim that we should be in the co-driving seat, because I believe multilateralism conforms well with the guiding principles of the European Union. The European Union has grown strong on the basis of the principle of sharing, connecting, and not withdrawing and building walls. And what we endeavored to do with the European integration project should also guide our international relations. So people that have followed what I do will know what I'm going to say now. Instead of advocating strategic autonomy as the guiding principle for Europe, I think we should rather advocate strategic solidarity with partners, which does not give up on the necessity to have sovereignty, but it's not the only principle. And we have to reckon with a past that is still not over. And that's the past of imperialism and colonialism. And when we criticize imperialism today, we cannot ignore that history of which we're such a big part. We also have to reassure our public. I think the security discourse will be at the core, at the center of what people expect. And unless we are capable of showing that the European Union can be at the center of delivering in that regard, I think we're failing our citizens. And we will have to answer the question, which side are you on? I believe there's not just one answer to that question, because there's not just one front where you have to choose. If it's a choice between authoritarianism and democracy, it's easy to say which side we're on. But if it's a choice between colonial or post-colonial pretense or sharing, we also have to declare which side we are on. And not seeing that second challenge would be fatal, I believe. For a long time, many of us, and I'm sure many of you in the room, have advocated for more global justice on the basis of ethical principles. Today, that has gone beyond ethics. It's become a geopolitical necessity for the European Union to embrace the principle of global justice. And that includes creating new balances in international institutions, as we've learned. And I believe only if we do that, we can rein in tendencies towards a bilateral hegemonic battle. Unless we, for instance, deal with the issues of financial balance behind the de-dollarization conversation, we might effectively foster a tendency of de-dollarization, because if we don't offer answers, the request for change will radicalize. I think that's often the case internally, domestically, and internationally. I do think that we've heard a lot about where we can be active and shape an agenda. We've heard that we have to be open for new coalitions, to diversify. Pekka told us in simple words that peace does not preserve itself, and that the concept of deterrence has to be part of our approach more than we have been accustomed. And I believe that is not just the case in our relationship with Russia. Also, security policy, I'm convinced of that. That's also one lesson that I take from our conversations. Security policy will be at the center of the EU agenda for the long haul. But, and I pick up what you said, Romana, capabilities and capacity don't match. And the so-called silver bullet or QMV is not a silver bullet. We need, in this case, just as we needed in our wider international relations, a new mindset and the willingness to pool our forces instead of just being satisfied with pretending to act. I heard good challenges about how we could possibly help reinventing the OSCE and its future role. I did not hear that much about enlargement, but I would also argue that enlargement should be a dimension of our security policy that we have to be courageous on. Why not have an electoral campaign next year over whether Europe is willing to jump into the cold water and to state that we want to finalize enlargement by 2030. Finally, we have heard about internal improvements that we have to discuss. We have heard also, and I remind everybody of what Guntram said in the first panel, don't throw out the baby with the bathwater on economic, on trade multilateralism, on a rejection of protectionism that comes under the disguise of industrial policy too broadly. Let me sum it all up. I find this has been a great learning opportunity about, well, the challenges are not small, but I don't come away from this conversation with the impression that we have to be destitute, that we have to give up on hope, but we can only build our hope on the basis of partnership with others that are willing to build their hope on partnership with us. And in that regard, I think what you said, Ambassador, about our neighboring continent, Africa, and the European Union, and the partnership that we could have, for instance, with regard to climate change, I think that was also extremely important for us as a learning opportunity. So thanks to everybody. Have a good day.